than Twitter. The answer is like 1/1000 of Twitter, so it might be kind of tough. But you know, it might be also a good place because some guys specialize in the field. But again, as a customer, like, who the fuck is this guy? Why am I gonna trust him, right? Like, I always understand. I actually end up getting Tesla chargers, the new ones, Generation 3. Someone sold me 10 brand new sealed ones. So I gave it to my girl. I'm like, you're gonna need about $250 each charger. Just don't worry about it. Keep the money, etc., right? And she was bitching at the beginning because people were like, how do I know it's not Gen 2? And I'm like, listen, don't get mad and frustrated. You're making $250 for 1 hour of your time as you're coming home from work. Just know how they feel. Like, they want to make sure that I ripped off themselves, right? This is part of the business. Be kind. And she ended up actually getting a client for a virtual entry offer. And I love ChatGPT. I actually couldn't even figure out if it was Gen 3 because the white ones have like a weird item code. So I was like, listen, open up ChatGPT, take a picture of the UPC, and just be like, what generation is this? Because that charger is a little like confusing to know which model you have, and Generation 3 comes in different lengths. So I understand.
Reputation for accuracy and integrity, and they projected a landslide victory for $1 with 65% vote. It was widely regarded as the most credible source. Not only that, the Carter Center, which is the only American international observer that was allowed into Venezuela, has called for an immediate publication of the detailed results at the polling station level because they also have casted doubts on the result of the election. The United Nations Secretary General has also urged transparency by publishing the results and breaking them down by polling centers and tables. Then, adding fuel to the fire, the prosecutor of Venezuela, Tarek William Saab, has opened up an investigation into an alleged cyber attack that was supposedly carried out from North Macedonia. I can't believe it's North Macedonia. Yes, he says it was a cyber attack that was carried out from North Macedonia to manipulate the electoral data, and he accused a guy named Lester Toledo, who was part of the opposition, in a plot that was supported by Leopoldo Lopez and Maria Corina Machado as leaders of this supposed cyber attack. And he said that basically anybody that is found to have participated in this cyber attack will be dealt severe prison sentences. So, and also for anybody that incites violence and rejecting the results.
So Raphael, I'm going to jump in because I want to give space to some other. I mean, I really appreciate the overview, but I want to jump in with some other perspectives if we can. We'll circle back to you, right?
So let me just go to Ozzy, just another perspective on that. If you can explain from the other perspective, Maria Corina Machado and her alleged links to the CIA and possible coups in the past, like if you can give an elaboration of the other perspective and what is happening in Venezuela, and many people think that this is an attempted color revolution. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Hello, everybody. Well, look, I have to say off the bat, I'm in Australia and not Russian. So I'm not particularly interested across what's happening in Venezuela. But what I can say is that Maduro is a great ally of Vladimir Putin, great ally of Russia. And Russia was one of the first countries to recognize the election results and congratulate Venezuela on its result, and it says it's absolutely legitimate. The Western reaction to the elections is very typical, very predictable, calling them illegitimate. I think the biggest story in the room at the moment would be Elon Musk's reaction, and his openly attacking Maduro, leading to Maduro openly attacking Elon Musk, declaring war on him, calling him his main arch enemy. I think that's pretty crazy. Well, Maduro said that his arch enemy has satellites and has rockets and so forth. And I don't think Musk himself has been in a situation where he's going to war with a country or going to war with a president before. I mean, it could all just be words, but we are dealing with
He was quite aggressive against Lula as well, wasn't he? And the Supreme Court in Brazil.
Yeah, very aggressive. Very aggressive. And look, I was actually really surprised. I thought Elon Musk would be more of a neutral sort of character, being as though he controls Twitter. But he's definitely taken sides. And he's taken the same side as Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris has taken the side of the opposition in Venezuela. Whereas it's interesting, there's this overlap of people who might be backed up in some instances, but in Venezuela, Elon has found himself on the same side as Kamala Harris. But in terms of the fallout, I don't think Maduro is going to give up or go anywhere. And a lot of people around the world, as soon as they sense that NATO and CIA are all rallying together in support of another revolution or a government overthrow or opposition leader, it's got those same sort of hallmark tactics which we're used to.
So
I don't think that.
No. Go ahead. A point. I just want to add something to the space when you're done.
Please.
Okay, specific. But no, I mean, just one point to the space. So, so I have what I'm going to say in Spanish. But the space is para solo English. Es no para español. So tú no entiendes. Viaje mío en Kansas, and like we can talk about it, but like this space is solely in English for anyone who's in Spanish. We're not doing it in Spanish, unfortunately. We'd love to.
Please never do that again. That was the most cringe thing I've ever heard in my life. Never do that.
I don't give a shit,
You
mate.
sound like
I'm
Beto O'Rourke. When Beto O'Rourke tried to speak Spanish, holy shit.
Okay, ¿cuántas palabras tú español? Sí. Jackson, ¿tú hablas español? No? Okay, so shut up. Thanks. Anyway, I'm trying to be nice to people who want to speak in Spanish on the space, but they don't speak Spanish, so shut the fuck up. Thanks. Anyway, unfortunately, I have 2 points to make, which is one, this is a election that is binary, in that it is seen by two sides. People who support Maduro tend to be people who are anti-West. They tend to be Russian, they tend to be Chinese, Iranian, whoever. If they support the opposition, they're Western, so they want change. So you can talk about influences from the West or from the non-West, but this is a typical example of a country that has a tug of war where countries have their vested interests. So countries that are against Maduro are because they want an opportunity to influence the country with someone else, or they're from the more anti-Western side. So Jackson will come in after me. I'm going to go to you, Jackson. And they are very supportive of Maduro, but because he supports the interests. Iran has a lot of activities in Venezuela. The Russians sent a bunch of military equipment and personnel to Venezuela after the election in 2019. The Chinese have a lot of economic interests in Venezuela. So this is a arguably binary election in the greater struggle for ultimate power around the world. So anyway, Jackson, you're on the ground. What do you say?
Look, people like Beto O'Rourke over here, they try to phrase this election in a way of saying like, oh, it's pro-West versus anti-West. I guess that's one way you could potentially interpret it. You can look at it that way, but the fact of the matter is, this is an election of pro-sovereignty versus those who want to call themselves the IMF, the World Bank, the CIA, the U.S. State Department, Organization for American States, so on and so forth. So much to the point that this satanic beast of a woman who was leading the opposition has literally called for the U.S. military to invade Venezuela on the opposition's behalf. She's writing letters to Benjamin Netanyahu begging for his support. She's out here just being a complete fool, so much so to the point that yesterday during the voting process, she went and voted, and she went to go shake the hand of one of the Venezuelan soldiers in front of all the cameras. The Venezuelan soldier looked at her, put her hand in her pocket, and turned around because, of course, the dignified Venezuelan patriots would never, ever, ever shake hands with someone who called on the U.S. military to invade their own country. I mean, it's insane. I guess, we can talk more about what's going on, but just as a final point about these elections and what's really happening, you look at the direction that Argentina has recently gone, and of course, this Javier Milei, he's a very charismatic, funny guy. But what's not funny is that he sold his country out to the International Monetary Fund. He's destroying his country with inflation and debt that he's taken on from these major, transnational banking and monetary institutions. And it's absolutely destroying his country. You look at President Maduro, who's come under 936 sanctions by the United States. Venezuela's come under 930 plus sanctions. What has Venezuela done? What has Maduro done? He's been able to take inflation from 36,000% all the way down to 90%. Last year, inflation was about 4 to 5%, which was the lowest it's been in like 20 years or something. In addition to that, Venezuela is 100% food sovereign, meaning all the food they produce is eaten by the Venezuelans, and all the food here, it's like 97% of the food that Venezuelans eat is actually grown in Venezuela. They had to do this because of sanctions. They also did the CLAP program, which provided food and care packages to millions and millions of homes in Venezuela because the people were suffering as a result of the sanctions. So, I think this is all good. I don't think Venezuela should sell their oil to transnational corporations. Before the socialist revolution, 99% of revenue generated from oil in this country went out of the country. Venezuela provided 80% of oil to the UK during World War II. Obviously, Venezuela is very important to the West. That's why they're trying to protect their resources and their sovereignty, and I fully stand with them.
Jackson, just a quick question. There are reports, not reports, a lot of evidence to suggest that she is funded significantly by the US. We're seeing on social media protests that are being perpetuated to such a level where there seems to be, one would say, an attempt to cause a colour revolution in the country because you basically propagate small protests enough on media to the point where it basically caught, and a lot of this is artificial. What the other side would believe is artificial, backed by Western powers. Is that what people are seeing, and is that why Maduro came out and made them comments about Elon Musk? Like, what's your thoughts on that? I know Elon Musk did retweet a couple of posts that end up being fake news. One was about like ballots being stolen, which end up being like air conditioners, and the other one was about the percentage of the election where in reality they did add up to 100%, but they were like, oh, it added up to 108%. So when you've got this information, what's the on the ground? Because I know you were asked to observe elections, and hence why you were asked in Venezuela, right?
Yeah, so I was observing elections, and I was with international observers and domestic observers. In fact, there was someone a young girl from the opposition, who was a part of my election observing team, and I got to talk to her, and she was telling me all day that, she thought that the opposition was going to win, and then by around like 6, she was in tears crying, so, I guess someone may have misled her. But ultimately, there was a lot of misinformation. I mean, Elon Musk, Vice Grad, and In Wokeness, all these accounts, they're sharing. Okay, so what are the biggest lies we saw? First of all, Vice Grad shared the story that they were shutting down the polling station. Okay, that specific polling station that they shared in the video was actually shut down by the opposition. It was several hundred opposition that came over and shut down the polling station, which I thought was hilarious. It's obviously not hilarious, though, that your post received millions and millions of views and misled a bunch of people. Elon Musk shared the post about the ballot boxes being stolen. Those were air conditioning units, not ballot boxes, or propaganda. The supermarket, the grocery store photo of that thing was hilarious too. Ultimately, Jimmy Carter, he said that Venezuela has the best elections he's seen in the world. He said that in 2012, Venezuela has improved their elections since then. I mean, in America, our elections are stolen. Everyone knows that our elections are fraudulent, they're stolen. Trump had the election stolen from him. In Venezuela, they have like fingerprint ID, they have ID verification, they have 16 audits on, I think it's like 16 audits on a certain percentage of the polling stations, and the opposition is allowed to participate in all those. 54% have triple audits, which the opposition, of course, participates in. And Maduro has always done this at the behest of the West. So the West says, please allow the opposition to come in and look at all the ballots, look at the ballot centers and the records and the sheets and everything. And he says, okay. The West says, we're going to send in people to come and look at the elections. He says, okay. It's like, why? My question is, why does anyone have any, concerns about these elections when they're probably the most secured and surveilled elections on the face of the earth? And it was actually pretty close. I mean, it was like, what, 7%, 6% of the vote? That's a pretty damn close election. It's not like Bashar al-Assad or Putin where they received 99% of the vote. This is pretty close. And, it's just how it ended. They lost.
Just for the audience, the percentages were 51.2% to Maduro, 44.2% to the opposition. And then there was a graphic going around which claimed that the percentages added up to 108, but in reality what that was is 4.6% for the remaining people who were standing, but what people did was add the 4.6% individually and be like, oh, it adds up to 108%, so that was another fake news that was peddled. Now, one last question, Jackson, and then obviously do jump in whenever you want, because I know you're on the ground in Venezuela.
Well, no, today I think we should go to some different perspectives.
Yeah, just one more question.
Okay, one more.
Yeah, one more. Jackson, bro, I'm gonna drop you if you can't control yourself.
No, you're not this time, buddy. Not this time.
Yeah. Piotr, calm down. You're just embarrassing yourself.
Not this time.
Piotr.
No, este tiempo no. Unfortunatamente, Solomon is not posible para mí.
I don't know what this guy's doing. Right, okay, Jackson.
El nombre, el idioma es español, tú no conoces.
Well, if
¿No entiendes? Es otro verbo. Interesante. Okay, vamos.
Alright, guys, now we're just fighting. Come on, we're not in high school anymore.
Exactly.
I know, it's a bit of fun.
Okay,
Make this space spicy.
Oh, let's make more fun. Alright,
It's meant to be a professional space. Right, Jackson.
I'm sorry, go on then.
Right, okay. Right, okay, so Jackson, one other question I had, and then we'll go to some other people, is there is a lot of reports. Grayson reported on this, many other people reported on this, and they basically said that the opposition, Maria, she was backed by the CIA. You mentioned it briefly. Do you want to expand on that as well, just for the audience so they have a perspective on that, where she was backed by them, and there was this attempted U.S. intervention into Venezuelan politics?
Well, it's nothing new. I mean, like I said, after the region won its independence, blah blah blah. This is like everyone knows the story. Simon Bolivar, but of course, neoliberal capitalists eventually took control of the region and its resources. And then the revolution came, and Chavez came to power, and they began to nationalize a lot of the resources, take it back to the people. Since then, the West is trying to infiltrate into Venezuela's domestic affairs. I mean, just to put this in perspective for you, it's not that this is a covert backing by the United States of Karina. I mean, she literally is begging the United States military to invade her own country. That's how insane this is. The United States is participating in abundantly obvious election interference. They're saying if the opposition wins, we will drop all 900 plus sanctions on Venezuela. If the opposition loses, we're going to keep the sanctions and we might do some more. How is that not election interference? I mean, it's the most insane thing. You know, Hillary Clinton got all bent out of shape when there was like a few allegedly Russian-produced memes on Facebook. How would she feel if the most powerful country in the world was saying, you know, if you win, we're gonna either ruin your economy or we're gonna save it based on if you win or lose? It's crazy. So, this is nothing new. Of course, several years ago, Trump administration. I don't really blame Trump for this. Of course, he was misled by Bolton and Pompeo, and these sorts of figures, Abrams or whatever his name is. These are the deep state psychopaths and sycophants, CIA, National Security Advisor John Bolton. They convinced Trump to, recognize this Juan Guaido character. No one in Venezuela knew who this guy was. He went out in the middle of the street in Venezuela in a courtyard and he declared himself the president of Venezuela. The United States didn't even try to do a coup. They just said, we're going to recognize the new president and hopefully the opposition will unite behind him and then we'll be able to take over Venezuela again. They did that during the Trump administration. It failed. So now they're kind of back to the same old song and dance of doing these, color revolutions through allegations of election fraud and then starting...
Jackson, a minor correction. Color revolutions only applies to the former Soviet states. It's not a thing that applies to the Latin American states. It came around because of what happened after the former Soviet Union. Please get your terms right. But otherwise, carry on.
That's not actually right.
Are you speaking like in a Bond villain, right?
Initially, it started with where you're saying, of course, it started in the Soviet Union. Later, the same terminology was used for many other color revolutions, including, but not limited to the Arab Springs. But anyway, do continue, Jackson.
Well, Jackson, please land. I want to go to some other speakers, please.
That's pretty much all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. We will come back to you. You are on the ground. It is important to hear your perspective. I'm not trying to shut you up, by the way. I would like to diversify. So, Vice President, since Jackson challenged the post that you made, and Sully said that it would be for balance, I think it is fair that we come to you if you guys had any thoughts about what Jackson had shared. If you're with us.
No, it is true that there was this one video that turned out to be air conditioners. However, there are other videos where we can see that colectivos, that other uniformed personnel are using force to enter these polling stations, and they're coming out with big bags. It seems a little bit suspicious that this is going on during such a contentious election. So it is quite clear that if we just look at the reports in general, we have polling stations where you have enormous amounts of opposition voters turning up, and these polling stations, they don't open for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Then you have other cases where polling stations that should have closed remain open for hours and hours after they should have closed. It is clear that what is going on over there is nothing but electoral fraud. This is a tactic that has been used for many years now in Venezuela, in other allied states, whether it's Nicaragua, whether it's other states that are aligned with this global hydra that is now growing, going from the Islamic regime in Iran. Naturally, we're going to have people here who say that we have democratic elections in Russia, that we have democratic elections in Iran, in China, and so on. This is all ludicrous. We know that this is what is going on. And now, unfortunately, ahead of us is most likely a crackdown against the people, just like we saw in Ukraine in 2014.
Thanks, Vice President. Sorry, the app is a bit glitchy. So we've got quite a varied stage, actually. I saw, Alyssa, you were getting quite, I think, passionate during some of the shares so far, and you are Venezuelan, so I'd love to come to you for your perspective about what was said, but also what you've seen in the past 24 hours.
All right, so I want to point out something in regards to what Jackson said. The economy in Venezuela is already ruined. El Bolivar, which is the currency, it's not even worth the paper it's printed on. And let me be very clear. I will be the next Secretary of State for Missouri, and I will be the next Chief Elections Officer. And I can assure you that a machine can be hacked, and I can guarantee you and know for a fact that Maduro did not win this election. This was election fraud. They always make it look close, and this is a carbon copy of what happened to President Trump and to Kerry Lake in 2020. This is a 1776 moment for Venezuela. They are literally fighting on the street, taking down communist statues to get their freedoms back. So it goes to show you that you can vote communism in, but you have to fight it out. And this is a very valuable lesson for the people in America, for every single one of us, living in the greatest country to ever exist.
Valentina, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
For two questions. First of all, are you aware that they have like the whole paper ballot receipts here? Because you were saying that, you know, electronic machines can be hacked, which I agree, but are you aware of that?
Well, fingerprints is included in their thing to be hacked.
What's that?
They have machines that have fingerprints on them that you can put your fingerprint in.
Yes, but I'm saying that they give you the paper ballot with your, you know, who you voted for on it.
A machine can be hacked, Jackson.
No. Okay, Valentina, I'm saying they give you the paper ballot receipt with your votes on it, and then you put it into a box, and then all of those are like double and or triple audited, depending on which polling station you're at, by the opposition. So were you aware of that?
Yes, but after it goes on the tally, that tally can be changed by anybody.
So you're saying that the opposition who's looking at the electronic and the paper ballots...
I'm saying that the voting machines are corrupt and they're compromising. We shouldn't even be having voting machines.
May I speak, please?
Okay, well, I had a second question for you too, but it seems like you're unaware of that. So you said that...
Okay, Jackson, we'll circle back to you.
Wait, I just said I had a second question.
Well, yeah, but you asked one. Like, it's not your stage, but go ahead.
You already take so much time, and I think that a Venezuelan has the right to speak before or better than you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask one more question, okay? I mean, I am the one in Venezuela right now, you're in Canada, so...
But you are not Venezuelan, and if you are in Venezuela right now and you are safe, it's suspicious
and
for
you're
me.
in Canada, okay, so let's,
Yes, as a refugee. I came as a refugee because I was kidnapped by the regime in 2008. That's why I'm in Venezuela.
Maybe you deserved it.
I'm in Canada right now.
Maybe you
Sorry.
deserved it. Okay, Valentina, I have one more question.
Yeah, really, I deserve it. You are the one who did not deserve to be here because you are talking on behalf of a regime who has thousands of people dead right now.
Okay. Valentina, so my second question for you is that you said that people are destroying the statues, the communist statues on the streets because they're fighting to get their freedoms back.
Yes, they're revolting. The people are revolting. The government is armed and the people are not even, they don't even have guns to defend themselves. So what do you think they're going to do?
Well, my question is, do you think that
Chevron's going to give them the freedoms or the International Monetary Fund?
No. They need help from the United States. They need help from other countries to get their freedoms back.
From Chevron and the IMF?
From every country.
No, I'm specifically talking about the IMF that's raped the entire economy of Argentina. You think they're going to help Venezuela?
Jackson, can you answer how well the Russians or the Chinese have helped Venezuela in the past 5 years?
I'm asking Valentina a question. Well, they've actually helped them quite a bit because when the 930 sanctions came down, Venezuela...
Jackson, do you know Venezuela very well? Do you speak Spanish? Have you lived in the country more than 5, 10, 15 years to really understand what is happening there? People
No,
are
but I've watched for my entire life what the IMF, the World Bank, and the World Economic Forum has done to countries all across the world, destroying their economies. Yes, so why do you think that the World Economic Forum is going to come in and help Venezuela?
I don't think they're going to come and help, but the people are fighting. The people are fighting, Jackson. I know you're a communist. That's fine.
Who do you think is going to...
Okay,
who do you think is going to take over Venezuela? You think it's going to be like the average people of America? No, it's going to be Chevron, the World Economic Forum, and the IMF. Why do you think that's good?
Well, it's way better than Maduro. That's for sure.
You think that selling off all the resources of Venezuela to the IMF?
They already are. They already did. Same.
Okay, so I think what I want to do, guys, is I want to reset. What I want to do is come back to this point because I think it's important to explore this. I think Jackson has a fair point in that can we trust the global institutions of which I've worked for as much as we can trust a entity, an individual like Maduro who is unwilling or makes it difficult to relinquish power, okay? We can talk about whether the West is better for Venezuela or the non-West, but I think that's something we should talk about a little bit later. What I want to do immediately right now...
She's from Venezuela. She can actually...
I will, Valentina, I will. But as co-host, I'm trying to keep the peace. So what I would like to do very quickly... Yeah, no, I'm not Sully, just to be clear. It's Piotr speaking, not Sully. No, I just want you to understand the difference. Sully has his perspectives, I have mine, and I don't want us to be confused because I want each person to represent their views. We work together. Sully has one opinion, and we work past those differences. But what we have right now is a situation which, for me, is it's a little bit volatile in that we have Venezuelans who are protesting for whatever reason. I'm not going to pretend that I know, but there's a lot of instability across the country, and I'm worried personally that this situation could get worse in the next few days because I don't think enough people appreciate how much Latin American people like to protest, and that's a slight joke, but there's a lot of tension right now, and we've seen some burnings. I've also seen reports in the group that we are sharing information that there are some groups gathering around the main parliamentary buildings. So we will keep you up to date with the news as it comes through, like any major developments. But you wanted to let Alastair speak, so we'll go to you, and then maybe we'll jump to Fiorella for balance, and then we'll come back to some other people. But Alastair, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's absolutely disgusting and disrespectful when someone has considered to have the right to say that someone who run away from a country is because they deserve to be kidnapped or they deserve to be tortured. In the last 15 years that I have been here in Canada, I was working on behalf of all political prisoners and advocating for them before the different government branches. I believe that even that you disagree with someone, you never deserve to be raped, to be electrocuted, or to be asphyxiated for months in a jail in any country in the world. When you make that kind of a statement that probably she deserved to be kidnapped in the country, is absolutely show who you are more than who I am in this moment. I don't know why are right now, if you have the difference that are supposedly journalists like him, and you compare with a Spanish journalist who is detained right now, or a member of the Spain, a current member, parliamentarian for Spain, who was detained and who was put naked and they cloned his phone, what kind of country are you talking about? It's not understand what is going on right now in my country. Yes, the machines are bidirectional. All the machines in Venezuela, they can be, any software can be changed or can be hacked. The one who denied that situation, is try to sustain a narrative that is not real. When you have a country without separation of power, when you have a regime who controls the data of the voters, who deny the international neutral observers, who arrest the voters in the line of the polls, you cannot say that it's an unfair election. It's unrealistic making a statement in that way. And yes, the population votes. We fortunately have the copies of the acts of every poll right now, and we win with the 70%. And if Jax is right now in Venezuela enjoying, and he has the ability to speak freely in Venezuela, it's because he is part of the allies and he is related with the regime. That's all. And he is using an American to talk on behalf of a regime. Why we are asking for help? Because we are not armed. Venezuelans have no weapons. It's just civilians asking for help. Maria Corina is never asked to invite or ask for the United States to take the control. What else intervention we need in Venezuela when you have Cubans as ministers in the Maduro's government? When we have Cubans inducting and teaching torture techniques in my country. We have the proof, and we denounce that before the International Criminal Court. We have the witnesses and the testimony of the victims. Are you laughing about the victims? They deserve to be tortured. A woman, a 15-year-old child, he deserves to be raped and tortured by the regime? Why? Why they deserve that? Yes, my people is now in the street defending what they choose, and we choose democratic representation. We vote for El Mundo. We didn't vote for the Chavistas. Even actually Barreto, who was part of the inner circle of Chavez and one of the leaders of the Chavismo, he is the one against Maduro right now. He's talking to the rest of the Maduris. Do not attack the population. We lost the support of the population. And he was like Rafael Ramirez, Tarek Al-Aissami, or all of them. He was one of them. And he's asking to the regime, leave the country and let the people be in peace. And what you say, absolutely what you say is false. In 1976, the oil company was Venezuelan and not controlled by anyone else. Stop. We have Chinese getting mineral resources and commodities from my country. We have Ukrainian operating. What are you talking about of international interference in my country? My country is right now absolutely explode for every proxy in the world. What are you talking about? This is false. It's an absolutely double standard, what you say right now. We want to be free. We don't want anyone in our country, but we need help.
So, thank you, Alyssa, for that very passionate point. What I do want to remind people is that we try to sort of engage everyone of every point, even if it's difficult. But what happened 5 years ago, in 2019, was the last presidential election between Juan Guaido and Nicolas Maduro. And this result. Oh, and the other point I wanted to make is people wonder if I'm sounding like Batman. No, I just have a bit of a rough throat. Sorry about that. I'm not trying to sound like a Marvel character. So if my voice is a bit gruffly, that's why. But anyway, so 5 years ago we had the last presidential election, and this election was heavily disputed because of the belief that it was stolen again, that Maduro didn't want to give up the victory, and Guaido declared himself as president and tried to take the presidential oath in January of 2019. And this resulted in him having to flee the country, and basically the West supporting Guaido and non-Western countries supporting Maduro. And the two sides tried to negotiate some kind of power agreement or transition of power. I believe in Mexico were the last negotiations about a year ago or something like that, not too long ago. But it didn't account to much. And then this election is sort of the result of this continued power struggle with Maduro very much at the center. So that's a little bit of context. But what I'd like to do is go to, oh, she's dropped out, unfortunately. Oh, no, she's with us. Fiorella, you had your hand raised earlier on, and I think you share a slightly different perspective to some of the other people on the stage. You're more aligned to Jackson, I believe. So what's your perspective on the situation? Fiorella, are you with us? Okay, I can't see Fiorella.
Hello?
Oh, you're here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say I have studied elections all over Latin America. I have seen elections in the United States. It's very hard to convince me that Venezuela's election was entirely unfair. And when, I forget what your name is, when you were asked about the election, when you were asked about the machines, you didn't have an answer for that. The machines are not connected to the internet. The machines cannot be hacked as long as they're not connected to the internet. What is valuable to know is if
Any
you
machine can be
have a machine in the United States that I've seen, the machines directly have access to Wi-Fi, access to the internet. This is why when Donald Trump questioned the election, I thought that was a valid concern because our machines are owned by a company of a smaller company, of a bigger company, of a smaller company, of a bigger company. These are companies that we don't know who they are, where they come from. And the machines, we're not allowed to look into them. We don't have public counting. We don't have one day to vote. We don't have a chain of custody. We don't have an ability to go and have a paper trail on our election system whatsoever. And when you go into a Venezuelan election, when you go into the poll, not only do you have an ID that you check, you literally have a biometric system, which is a thumbprint. Then you have also, when you leave, you also have to put your fingerprint. And when you go in, you have a selection that is an electronic machine, but it is not connected to the internet. So through every single process, you have audits before, during, and after the election. This entire audit is something we don't have in the States. 54% of the machines are randomly audited, and all of the parties can participate in this audit. So for me, looking at this election and then looking at other elections in Latin America that are equally as good, almost, I would say Nicaragua is one of them, and I was there as well, and they do have more of a paper ballot process in smaller areas, but with this you get a paper ballot and you get the electronic ballot that has to match at the end. So strictly speaking, from a technical perspective, I find it very hard to believe that there was fraud in this election when they have a clear process and when all of this goes to one place and when multiple people within each party are actually allowed to view this information. I don't really see how that could possibly be fraudulent. I actually did a thread on X. If you want to look at it, you can look at it, and you can challenge me on any of these points. You can come to me, and I can talk all day about this stuff because I've studied it thoroughly. And there's absolutely no way, in my opinion, that a machine can be hacked if it doesn't have internet access. If there is internet access, I can believe that. Now, the problem I have with a lot of these perspectives I've been hearing is, okay, well, you're Americans, what do you know about Venezuela? I'm Latin American as well, and I know exactly what the U.S. has done to Latin American countries. In fact, my family is Peruvian, and they suffered under the results of what is U.S. intervention. I mean, half my family hates communism, and it's because of a misguided understanding of what happened, of outside the situation. If you're going to be what I would call a vende patria and sell the country, not just to this so-called WEF, globalist, and blah, blah, blah. We're talking about the United States exploiting Latin American resources, exploiting our minerals, exploiting every rich resource we have, in Venezuela's case, oil and gold, and expropriating it for themselves. How is that something that you want to be prideful of? This election was a monumental moment between what people would want in terms of national sovereignty, in terms of being free from Western hegemony. I'm sorry to say that the world is moving towards that. The world is moving towards a direction of a multipolar world where you have all that means essentially is cooperation with multiple people in multiple countries without you having the directive of the United States' unilateral decision-making, unilateral bullying. And that's already changed. We're seeing de-dollarization. We're seeing so many things point in the other direction towards Russia, China, and the global south. You can have people in African countries literally say, we don't want to be a part of this exploitation from the U.S., from the West. You have in Latin America a huge problem. After Bolivar liberated all of the Latin American countries, there was still a sentiment of allegiance to the Spanish crown. Now we're going back here in history a little bit, but that sentiment of some sort of division in Latin American culture exists, where there are people who think that the U.S. is so great, that Europe is great. You have that sentiment in Argentina. And look at Argentina now. Look at what Milei has done. People have been eating out of trash cans. You're not going to tell me that that's better. Okay, well, what brought it to that point? You can say it was socialism, but there hasn't been a socialist government there. There was a democratic type of government with socialist tendencies, with social, I would say, democracy, but it wasn't anything that was actually socialist. It was the IMF. The IMF, the allegiance to these loans, the debt that Argentina was under that has led it to this point. And then you look at other countries that have followed in that route. This is why Venezuela has cut diplomatic relations with these other countries, because they are going towards dependence on the United States. If you want to become Puerto Rico,
So for real, a couple of points that I'd like to.
Well, that's up to each people of each country to
Fiorella,
decide.
can you hear
But
me?
if that's not what the people of Venezuela want, and if their elections were valid, it's up to the people of Venezuela to do.
Fiorella, I don't think you can hear me or Piotr, but Piotr had a couple of questions for you. Go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, thanks, Dolly. No, I mean, we need to drop Fiorella though, and then not bring her back up. So what I want to do is ask Fiorella a quick question, and then I want to bring who was it? Valentina, I think, or Artsy Bolivia into the conversation, because I think they've got some perspectives which could counterbalance that. But what I think is important in this is that the IMF and the World Bank have been pretty sort of instrumental in this sort of Western order, and I think that she does. Fiorella has a good point in that it does in debt countries, and this is part of the reason why so many countries don't trust it. So many people don't trust those institutions, and I think that's perfectly valid. What I think is different in this case is that some of the Venezuelans on the stage earlier have basically said that they don't care, or sort of they're more willing to deal with that system than they are with Maduro, which I think is quite interesting. The other thing is what you said, Sully, yourself earlier, which is about Milei, right? Javier Milei of Argentina is sort of this hardcore neoliberal guy who's introduced a bunch of policies that basically make the IMF, rub their hands together with glee, because it's making them, in impose austerity and economic reform, but it's not necessarily improving the Argentinian economy as good as we hoped. There's some statistics in the past few months that are suggesting that some of the policies he's introduced are actually making the country worse. So there's a lot of debate about this, and Latin America more broadly is going through a tough experience where you've got countries that are more right-wing, like Argentina now, but Brazil, which is more left-wing, or the red tide and the blue tide, as it's known in Latin America. But anyway, I can't see, unfortunately, Fiorella. So what I'm going to do is go to Will. I am going to be biased and go Will, because I think he's got a very different perspective, but I think he's quite well informed to provide us quite an interesting perspective. So, Will, thanks for joining. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what was said before, and then we'll jump back to Jack.
Yeah, thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi everyone, Will Freeman here, Council on Foreign Relations. And great to see there's 5,000 people on the call. Great to see that there is this attention, this care, and what's happening in Venezuela, because this matters so much for the country. This is a turning point, I think, not just for the country, but for the hemisphere. And the effects of what happens in the next few days in Venezuela will be felt everywhere. I mean, I think they'll be felt in the U.S. in a strong way, definitely in Colombia, Peru, the countries that have already taken in the majority of the Venezuelans fleeing their country over the last decade. So yeah, look, this is right. I mean, respectfully, I see the situation very differently from the last speaker. And let's try to take a step away from left and right here. I'm not saying left and right don't matter. I'm not saying that we're at a period of politics that's post-left or post-right. Look, I think broadly left and right describe something in most parts of the world, Latin America included. But I think there's a special tendency to look at Latin America and just lock into one of these two, kind of put on these one or the other set of blinders. Either you're a leftist who thinks left governments can do no wrong, or you're sort of, to make a little caricature of it, like a crazed anti-communist who puts on these right-wing goggles and, a right-wing government, anything they do is justified to keep the left out of power. So I just don't sympathize with either of those views. I think, let's look at Latin America objectively. What are the biggest issues in this part of the world? Inequality is, by some measures, the most unequal part of the world, and violence. Far and away outside of an active war zone, the region that suffers the most homicides every year. So when I assess the Latin American government, I think I kind of come at it from the perspective of how do they do on inequality, how do they do on violence, on stemming violence, and how do they do on democracy? And so let's just look at Venezuela over the last 20, 25 years on those three variables, okay? So starting off with inequality, look, I think no one would argue with the fact that under Hugo Chavez, there was a period when Venezuela was able to use very high oil prices to redistribute quite a bit of that oil revenue, and for a time decrease inequality very rapidly. Okay, so that's important. And it happened at a time when a number of countries under also center and right-wing governments in Latin America were also reducing inequality, like Peru's. But look, Venezuela achieved something there. No one's gonna disagree with that. But all of those gains have been completely erased. And not only have they been erased under the latter half of Chavez and now under Maduro, Venezuela has become the outlier. I mean, this is the biggest humanitarian economic disaster outside of a war zone in the entire world. Okay, think about the kind of economic chaos that had to unfold for 8 million people. 8 million. 1 in 5 people in Venezuela to flee the country. So I think that first off, we cannot say that this regime, as I think it's more appropriately called, of Nicolas Maduro, has been good for the poor in Venezuela. There's no way you can argue that. 80% of people live in poverty. And you can say, okay, well, it's because of the sanctions, but it doesn't really take a much sophisticated argumentation to knock that down. I mean, they come online on the oil on 2017 through 2019. By that point, Venezuela's oil output had already crashed because the government had put everything under control of the military. So they put military guys in charge of oil, right? I mean, none of this was a recipe for actually lastingly decreasing inequality. Second, on violence. I think it's really important people understand here that there's a regime in Venezuela, it's part civil, it's part military, run by a clique of people from the United Socialist Party and military allies. But they also have organized crime working with them to persecute dissidents, to exploit huge amounts of illegal gold mining in the Amazon in Venezuela, which both enriches Maduro and his friends, and they send it to different gold buyers abroad. So organized crime is a huge part of this regime. Early on, Chavez Maduro handed over the prisons completely to what are called clanes, or prison gangs in Venezuela. That led to Venezuela becoming at times one of the most violent countries in the world. And the violence has only recently gone down slightly because so many people have left. So, I mean, that also means, look, most people who leave have nothing to do with crime, but it also means that some criminal groups leave. And that's why you have this gang, Tren de Aragua, spreading all over the hemisphere.
okay, second, first, I see this as a government, disastrous government on inequality, disastrous on violence, and let's just talk about democracy last, and that's where I'll bring it into what we're seeing the last couple of days. So this is, a little clique of people that is terrified of losing power because they've committed so many crimes that when they do lose power, they will be facing, they currently face an investigation in The Hague, the International Criminal Court. There are Department of Justice charges against Maduro and members of his family for drug trafficking, and there's also a State Department bounty on the guy's head. And just think whatever you want of the U.S. or not. Look, it's not just the U.S. Again, this is an International Criminal Court. The costs for Maduro of leaving power are so high that I think that's really, that's part of the problem here, is that many people here want to see a negotiated solution. They think it's the only one viable, where Maduro essentially and his, inner circle would get some level of immunity or protection from prosecution, and then they'd agree to leave power and allow someone else for the first time in 25 years to have a shot at governing. But I think the real dilemma here is that the exit costs for them are just through the roof. They're extremely high, and even leftist governments who've at times been sympathetic, like Brazil's or Colombia's, they aren't. I don't think Maduro trusts them enough to actually think that they can guarantee a soft landing for him. So look, he sees himself and his military friends as the only people that can guarantee his fortune, his ill-gotten fortune, his also his ability to escape prosecution. And I think that's really the crux of it.
So, Will, do you mind if I interject very quickly?
I was asking Last point.
So Sully went back and forth with Jackson for a second. So what I'd like to do is
there's some breaking news. I got a text. Maybe we can confirm this, but I got a text from someone saying the opposition may have just taken over the airport in Venezuela. So
okay, thanks, Jackson. We'll look into that. I have been seeing some rumblings of strong resistance, shall we call it? But thank you for that. But Will, what I'd like to ask you a little bit is often and I'm going to take a position here which is anti-Maduro for the sake of argument, okay, audience, which is when we see hybrid regimes like this one, so governments that are pretending to be democratic but are not really, what they do is falsify their support by stimulating national sentiment. So think of the Falklands War. When the Argentinians tried to take the Falklands back, it was because the then at the time autocratic leader was, trying to, shall we say, win popularity with the Argentinians because the economy was terrible. So my question to you is, has Maduro been trying to do the same over, say, Guyana? And remember about 6 months ago, there was a real fear that Venezuela might try to annex Guyana. So what's your thoughts there?
He tried, but he so spectacularly failed that, I don't think that's kind of not the main issue anymore. So what happened there? I mean, he announced this referendum, and to be fair, look, this is a position, even the opposition takes this position, that there needs to be some revision over who really should control, who, going way back, has a right to control this large swath of land called the Essequibo, currently within Guyana's national borders. But Maduro tried to he tried to whip up a nationalist frenzy around this, and he held a referendum, and nobody voted. And ironically, it was right after the opposition had organized its own primaries and had just amazing turnout that nobody thought they could actually, organize and facilitate an election on that scale themselves. So, I mean, I think he tried, but what this reveals is that it's just his regime is so bankrupt of any support. Where are you seeing the biggest protests right now? They're in working class parts of Venezuela. They're in working class parts of Caracas. You can just, simply search it. You can see the videos, the photos of former Chavista strongholds erupting against Maduro. So there's kind of nobody left to whip up with this national sentiment. And I think Venezuelans right now, their biggest issue is not should they control a part of Guyana. Their biggest issue is can I get my family, can there be conditions in the country for my family to come back? I mean, that's been one of the opposition's main messages is we want to create a country that your family members who are refugees can come back to.
Let me just
I'm going to go to Jackson.
Jackson, add in whatever you want, but just in addition to that, one of the important aspects of this, you, along with, I believe there was 800, but correct me if I'm wrong, a journalist were asked to come to Venezuela to observe the elections. You have, for example, the U.S. National Lawyers Guild, who also monitored the presidential elections in Venezuela. They said, quote, the delegation observed a transparent, fair voting process with scrupulous attention to legitimacy, access to the polls, and pluralism. So the fact that Maduro invited all of you guys to observe the elections, does that show that he was concerned that there would be people who would immediately claim that the elections were fraudulent. And then the second question, in addition to that, is when you look at, for example, a lot of the posts that were made on social media, which were fake news, air conditioners being posted as ballots being stolen, was his concerns proven to be right? And then when you look at even now, where you said the airport's being taken over, you saw the speech by the opposition leader, which many believe is CIA backed. Does that again demonstrate the concerns? And what else could he have done to stop this from happening?
Well, first, I'll just say that the last speaker, I believe it was the last speaker, came from the Council on Foreign Relations, which, you know, the speaker sounded very charismatic, very reasonable, probably a nice person to hang out with. But if you don't know, the Council on Foreign Relations was created by the Rockefellers. Their board has been filled with the Rockefellers, elites from Coca-Cola, Goldman Sachs, Kraft, Barclays Capital, Gates Foundation, basically all the big billionaires that are screwing over the American people. And, you know, he talks about, like, you know, we just care about the freedom of the people of Venezuela. No, that's a lie, because that's exactly what they told the American public during the CIA-backed coup in Iran in 1953. Iran, another oil-rich nation, which they toppled the democratically elected government of to try and steal its resources and assets. So this is the same old song and dance over and over and over again. They can change their names, they can change the faces, they can have new young hip people working for them, but it's finance capital, transnational corporations targeting those who are pursuing true sovereignty in the world. And you don't have to like communism. You don't have to like socialism, and it really doesn't matter if they're communist or socialist states. You know, you could look at Iran, you could look at Venezuela, you could look at any other country that's fought for their sovereignty. If they have oil, if they have gold, if they have these things, they will be targeted by the banksters if they're not willing to give up all their resources for pennies on the dollar to the West. The second thing I wanted to say was, as for Alessa, you know, she was saying something about, like, when is you know, Maria Corina Machado, when is she ever called for military intervention in Venezuela? In a 2019 interview with the BBC, Miss Machado, Corina Machado, called on Western democracies to understand Mr. Maduro would only leave power in the face of a credible, imminent, and severe threat of the use of force by the United States or Western partners. That's what she said. So that's when she said it. 2019, BBC. She said it many other times. I can provide more resources if you'd like. And as for the last point, the elections, yes,
Jackson,
you know, and
Jackson, you think a dictator is going to leave power willingly? Absolutely not. You think a dictator is going to leave power willingly?
Oh, he's not a dictator. I think that what we have are dictators in the United States.
What you can expect for a guy who is a representative of the Communist Party in America, and he is visiting and sending to governments or countries like Venezuela his narrative and his policies to say, oh, because capitalism, blah blah blah. He's using all those narratives from our to use our resources against us. What is the problem? Is Maria Corina is asking for help? What is the problem?
No, she's calling for military intervention in her own country. And look, I was just in the middle. I was interrupted.
You mentioned.
Yeah, I was interrupted. I know. I was interrupted. So maybe just let me finish.
Okay.
How will we take the...
Alyssa, just let me finish. I was
Jackson,
I know. I was interrupted.
Okay, and let Jackson finish, then we'll come to you, and then I want to go to Raphael because he's been waiting to speak. Okay? Thank you. Jackson, go ahead. Double mute, maybe. Double tap. Jackson?
You still get unmuted. Can I just unmute him?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Jackson,
the only other thing I was going to say was that you asked about the election observers, it wasn't just journalists that were observing. I mean, there was like business people observing the elections. There was political people from different political parties. There was former members of the European Parliament here. There was people from Africa, from almost every continent in the world. There was, journalists, as you mentioned. There was opposition leaders that participated as well that I got to meet and talk to. And all I got to say is that when it comes to the people that I've talked to here in Venezuela, the people that were actually voting, it's not that all these people are communists or socialists or anything like that. They believe in the revolution because they understand that the oil that flows beneath their feet is theirs. It's not the World Economic Forum's. It's not the IMF. It's not the State Department's. It's not, Chase's or Chevron's or Shell Oil's. And I don't really understand why someone like Valentina, who claims to be America first, is supporting
I agree with that part,
Maria's. Wait.
I agree with that part.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you support Maria Corina Machado?
Yes, she needs help.
So why do you support the candidate in Venezuela that's backed by the Cato Institute, the World Economic Forum, USAID, the IMF, Council on Foreign Relations, and the U.S. State Department?
Well, if I am battling a dictator, I'm gonna call everybody to help me because I'm coming in guns blazing.
And are you also approving of her message and vision to potentially bring U.S. military intervention in the country and siphon off all of the resources for major transnational oil corporations and banks in the World Economic Forum?
Absolutely. The only armed people are the bad guys.
So you think the World Economic Forum should get all of the profits from the oil here?
Every other organization should get the fuck out, honestly. But he needs help, and the United States is helping Ukraine. It's helping everybody. If it's in the best interest of the United States, I would say do it.
Okay. We'll leave it at that.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. Valentina, before I come to you, I want to go back to
let me just say something real quick. I was born in Colombia and then in the USA, and I have seen the people of Colombia and the people in the United States be killed by the violent gangs from Venezuela. And Jackson, you're the perfect cheerleader for Maduro. You're the pretty boy that Maduro uses to sell communism, and you don't even speak Spanish. You don't know what it's like for the people of Venezuela. So I want to know, ¿cuánto te están pagando por esta farsa?
Eso sí.
And wait. Let me respond to that. So I'm the pretty boy. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll say you're the pretty girl that says America first, but secretly is supporting the CIA, the IMF, and the World Economic Forum. So that's what you are.
No, I support the people fighting for their countries.
You just told me that you support. You just told me that you support the World Economic Forum IMF candidate in Venezuela.
She didn't say that, Jackson. She didn't.
I support the people. I support freedom. You support communism. That's the difference between you and I.
No. You just said you support the candidate backed by the IMF and the World Economic Forum in Venezuela.
That doesn't mean that she's
helped by everybody, Jackson, just like Maduro. Maduro has everything. He has China. He has all of the communist countries backing him.
He doesn't have the IMF.
But he has all of the communist countries backing him. Let's be honest.
He's fighting the IMF. He's fighting the.
This is survival of the fittest.
No, he's not. Okay, look, guys. Right, enough of this. I want to go to some Venezuelan voices. Jackson, I appreciate your contribution. I want to go to some Venezuelan voices.
One more thing. Sorry, Peter. Just housekeeping.
Your Congressman tantrum because I want to speak.
I just wanted to say Anya Parmpill is going to request in about 15-20 minutes to join.
Okay, thank you. Alyssa, over to you, and then I want to go to Raphael, and then Will for right of reply, and then
Thank you so much, Prior. The thing is, let's dismantle all the lies from this gentleman that he's openly supporter of the communism. First of all, I want him to explain that the oil industry in Venezuela is absolutely dismantled for the lack of maintenance right now. We went from 3,000 barrels per day to less than 500. We don't even have the capacity to cover the internal needs of the country. Now we are receiving oil from Iran. This is the first thing. The Chavismo destroyed the Venezuelan oil industry, who was in some time the second best company in the world. Third, Venezuela's regime owns millions and millions and millions of dollars to China right now. The Communist Party of China owns Venezuela right now. What he is talking about the World Economic Forum is we are under the control of the evil people in the world. We have miners, illegal companies, even from South Africa, exploiting the natural resources in my country. What are you talking about of the World Economic Forum and those groups? If Maduro gave my country, my natural resources to everyone, everyone is taking a piece from Venezuela, and you try to promote that. Maduro is already dealing with those groups. What made you say or believe that he's not trading with them, with Russia? Where do you think that is going the Venezuelan oil or the Venezuelan gold that is going to the hands of Erdogan in Turkey? And you are defending. We know what is happening with all the situation with the club boxes and Alex Saab and everything. Everyone is taking something from Venezuela. And you say we have La FARC, FLN, we have Hezbollah training in Margarita. They are using my country as a fridge, and then my country give them our citizenship and sending them for the hemisphere. They are funding terrorists from Venezuela. And you are concerned about the web. We did not support the web. What you say that? You try always create a fallacy and a narrative. I don't believe that you care about the Venezuelans. You are there just to promote your ideology, and you don't give it anything about the Venezuelan population. As the same Maduro, he doesn't care. They don't care about the population. They use us just as an exchange in a crisis. And the Venezuelans, we say enough is enough. My people in the country, inside our country, say enough is enough. And in the future, when we are free, nobody like you who promote communism will be welcome in our country. No more you want to be there. Stop spreading false information about what we want or what Venezuelans deserve. We want to be free as well, Cuba and Nicaragua. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. So, what I want to do is go to Rafael, because we haven't heard from you for a bit. And then I do want to go to Mariango, if I'm saying that even remotely right. Sorry, Mariango. Rafael, go for it.
Oh, man, where do I start? Look, first and foremost, I will say it has been really, really hard for me to hold my tongue. I respect a lot of the points that have been made by Will, by Alessa, by Valentina, just to try and keep the decorum, or maybe the lack thereof. I'm trying my best, but when you have comments being flown around like the one that Alessa regularly pointed out, where let's not forget that Jackson Hinkle, you literally told Alessa maybe you deserve to be kidnapped. It's really disappointing to hear not just that, but also the straw man arguments that are being used to discredit people like Will just because he works for the Council on Foreign Relations. While you're attacking his credentials instead of the valid points that he's making about the reality in Venezuela, you're clearly deviating from the discussion. The other thing that is really disappointing to hear is that the loudest pro-Maduro voices, the loudest ones, more often than not, happen to be non-Venezuelans who know very little, next to nothing about the country's culture or the language. I'm sorry, but like most of you who support this regime, you can't tell me how many states there are in Venezuela. You can't tell me if you talk about the oil so much, you probably couldn't tell me where the vast majority of the oil actually comes from. Meanwhile, the Venezuelans are the ones who are actually the ones that are clamoring and speaking out against the regime, the ones that are protesting in the streets, three of which died last night. They're the ones that are talking about the grim reality. This idea that opposition leaders participated in the national electoral process, by the way, is false. It is absolutely false. They tried to get in and they weren't allowed in. There was incontrovertible video evidence of them trying to get in and they weren't able to do so. I don't know how you say that you spoke to them and that they were telling you all these nice deep stories about how great it is to live in Venezuela and how wonderful the regime is when you don't speak Spanish. How the hell can you speak to them if you don't speak Spanish? And then you talked about international observers, the Carter Center. You mentioned—
She speaks English.
Fuck you, please let me speak. You said that Jimmy Carter speaks glowingly about Venezuela and how they have the best elections in the world. Then why is it that the Carter Center called for an immediate publication of detailed results at the polling level? Why is it the United Nations, I don't know, you talked about the WEF, you talked about the State Department, but you haven't talked about the United Nations, you haven't talked about their Security General and other international bodies like the International Criminal Court that have called against the regime's crimes against humanity. These are not Western aligned organizations. They're just not. Right? And the other problem that I'm hearing is this logical fallacy that supporting Corina Machado equates to supporting the IMF and transnational banks and the State Department. Again, another logical fallacy that is a diversion from the real issue at hand. I cannot tell you how many times this has to be explained. Maria Corina Machado, who was disqualified from running, let people be clear about this. She was not the candidate because she was disqualified by the regime. She literally tried to speak 30 minutes ago and they cut off the lights from the building she was speaking at and they didn't let her speak. It was Edmundo Gonzalez who was able to squeak by and had his name on the ballot. Again, Maria Corina Machado was not a candidate. They both represent the unified democratic opposition within Venezuela. Their support does not come from quote-unquote the West. It comes from the Venezuelan people who showed up in droves in a 60% turnout, despite the fact that there was mass suppression that is on video, incontrovertible evidence that Elon Musk, that Mario Naufal himself is promoting and posting. So you cannot call bullshit on this. All of this underscores the legitimacy of the opposition's claims and of the international community's concern for free and fair elections in Venezuela. So for God's sakes, let's not lose sight of the fact that this election is about the Venezuelan people's desire for democracy and for a for a better future. Trying to tie this to unrelated entities like the IMF and the State Department only distracts from the real issues and just shows that all you want to do is slam dunk the West. You do not give a fuck about the people of Venezuela.
All right, I'll pass it over to Jackson to respond. Go ahead, Jackson.
Oh, well, that was a very impassioned speech. Great job. For some reason, when you were speaking, I was like, this guy sounds so insincere with his talk about democracy and freedom. And
stop making it personal, Jackson.
Let
him finish. Go ahead, Jackson.
No, sorry, I'm not going to have him.
Well, this is actually it's actually a policy.
No, sorry, I'm going to make it very clear.
Wait, this is actually
he will talk about the topic.
He's responding well to personal attacks on him as well.
Peter, sorry, I'm going to make it very clear publicly.
Peter, you will not be hosting this space again.
He will talk about the topic.
You will not be hosting. Enjoy this last time you hosted this space.
No, sorry.
Enjoy this last time you hosted this space.
Sorry.
Go on, Jackson.
Sorry, do you want me to make public the problems that you have?
Well, let's bring it on. What problems are you talking about? Let's bring it on.
Okay.
Peter, what was that?
Right.
What was I about to say?
Does that shit show? Because you're pissing.
Yeah, you're just destroying the space. You're embarrassing yourself. Like, you're the first host to ever do this on any space.
No, you're
literally destroying the space. You're embarrassing yourself.
You don't give a fuck about the
Venezuela. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a terrible host. You don't know what you're doing.
Wait, okay, no.
You give
space. You are the dumbest guy I know. You have no one even go to your spaces. Because you're embarrassing. You've been begging to come on these spaces. You beg me and message me and beg me and beg me and beg me and beg me. And beg me. About coming on these spaces, and then I'll throw you a little bread like a little beggar. And now you're on this space.
Okay.
This opportunity. So know your role and know your place.
Know your
role and know your place.
You talk about places.
You guys.
You talk about spaces.
Holy shit. You guys.
Jackson, talk to the issue.
Okay, what was I? You don't even know what I was about to say.
Stop muting people, Sully. Jesus Christ.
I was halfway through a sentence. Do you know what I was about to say? Because you interrupted me, I was halfway through a sentence. Peter. Hello.
It's fine. I don't want you to attack Raphael.
Oh, I wasn't attacking him. I was halfway through a sentence making a point. So do you know exactly what I was going to say? Or did you just interrupt me like a prick? Okay.
No, I interrupted you because you're a prick attacking Raphael.
So what I was saying was, it was such a level of insincerity. It reminded me of all the Zionists I debated. And I had to look at his account. Turns out he's a Zionist, so it all makes sense. Now, to get back to the question of Venezuela, so first of all, this Alyssa woman, she said something about how Venezuela is taking oil from all across the world and stuff like that. Well, I mean, you're leaving out like all of the context. So, Alyssa, do you know why? First of all, do you know what type of crude that Venezuela is taking in from around the world and why? Can you explain that?
Say that again?
Do you know what type of crude oil that Venezuela is taking into their country, and do you know why they're doing it?
We have the different kind of oil in Venezuela. One is the heavy oil that we cannot process right now from the Orinoco for the issue that we have with Cisco right now. And secondly, it's all the refineries. They are not working because 30,000 employees from the PDVSA, they were kicked out from the country. That is not technical operative for the infrastructure right now in Venezuela. We have a very issue of production because we don't have people prepared, and the lack of maintain and the cannibalism of the refineries reduce the capacity of my country, not because the sanction, and don't come with that narrative, because the worst sanction in Venezuela is the Maduro regime.
Okay, so when did Venezuela first have problems with accessing oil inputs, and when did they start looking to countries like Iran and Turkey, for example, for these oil inputs like light crude or these chemicals?
I know where you want to go, and was before 2008, even previous with the sanction, when Chavez killed the chicken of the golden eggs. Is they destroy the whole industry, because at the beginning, before 2008, when we received $160 per barrel, is when Maduro was very rich and he buy and the support of everyone. But after they destroyed our industry for the lack of maintenance, that is when that happened. It's not thanks to the sanctions, because the sanctions start to they actually, the most ridiculous thing in those things is sometimes sanctions are just there, you have to behave. But the country who they actually pay for the oil that they purchase from my country, the only one who pays is United States, because the rest of the country, they give it for free, like Cuba.
Okay, so you didn't really answer the question. The question was, when was the oil industry very negatively impacted? It was like 2017 to 2020. This was when you had like gas lines all across Venezuela. There was this crisis going on, and it's because U.S. sanctions that were initially applied in 2017 hampered Venezuela's ability to access oil inputs on the global market so they could turn their heavy crude into usable light crude. Then just let me finish. So then Venezuela decided, okay, well, we have this problem. What are we going to do? So they start negotiating with countries like Iran, who can provide light crude and these vital input chemicals to actually make their heavy crude in Venezuela usable. Iran sent ships of these inputs, these oil inputs, to Venezuela. And guess who tried to stop those ships from coming to Venezuela? The United States had naval patrols to try and block the ships from Iran to actually dock off of Venezuela to bring those oil inputs to the country so they could have oil again.
Eventually, Iran was a, wait, just let me finish. Let me finish. I let you talk for a while, and I gave you plenty of time to talk. Okay.
Thank you.
wait. I let you talk. Okay. So Iran eventually got these ships in with the oil inputs, and then within a year, Venezuela was able to magically double their oil production again. How incredible is that? Who would have thought? Oh my God, the U.S. sanctioned them. No oil because they didn't have access to inputs. Iran came in, saved the day. They did trade with Iran. Iran gave them the chemicals, and then they doubled their oil production again. Who would have thought? Oh my God, it's amazing.
All right.
Okay. There is besides, I will answer him, but there is an announcement that the Communist Party in Venezuela declared that was rigged election, that Maduro did not win. The Communist Party in Venezuela released a statement right now. Okay, about the what he's talking, the victimization thing about the sanction of the evil United States and the poor Venezuela. If we said that the principal source of income from Venezuela is the oil industry, this is a lie. Venezuela is a criminal state. They find a way to jump the sanction with criminal activities like gold trafficking, oil trafficking, people trafficking, and drugs trafficking. And they don't. The majority of the income of of Venezuela doesn't come from the oil. Come from illegal and criminal activities. Venezuela is a criminal state. That's all. And if you try, and the only ones who are rich right now in Venezuela and they improve their economy is all the inner circle, the 1% of the population who are part of the Chavista apparatchik that we have right now in my country. If you want to pretend to come with me with that narrative, the evil war who is sanctioned and the industry, if they are with sanctioned, how they get the resources to restore the oil industry, that is an absolute, you can't even sustain your narrative. And the thing is that we are not longer as an oil industry producer. We cannot even cover the internal need. And Venezuela is partnership with Iran, another terrorist state who is sanctioned. And by the way, the trespassing in the middle of the ocean is not safe and is not legal. This is how they are getting the oil. The other thing that is doing Venezuela is sending oil to Cuba, and Cuba, which is not a producer, is selling our oil and get the profit. And that is the thing that you don't want to speak about, right? All the partnerships, like countries with Cuba, who are doing that kind of negotiation with our resources, have ministers and members from the Cuban regime controlling in my country, have Iranian operatives operating and living and be part of the government of Maduro. And you dare to talk about international interference in my country is because it's nice, because they say that they are communists or Islamic Marxists. It's nice that they are in Venezuela and not Democrats and freedom. Seriously. And Jackson, you are a communist. Why we will believe in what you say?
Okay, I just have one question about what you said. So it sounded really scary the way you put it, but you said that Venezuela is getting these, they're not getting oil technically, they're getting inputs, which include light crude, I guess, for their oil, for their heavy crude, so they can actually make it into a sellable product. But you made it sound really scary. You said Venezuela is getting this oil by way of gold trafficking with Iran and with countries like Turkey. So my question to you is, what is so scary and or illegal about two sovereign countries doing trade where one provides gold and the other country provides much needed oil for the other country? What is so illegal or scary about that?
Why is so illegal if Venezuela wants to trade with another sovereign country like United States? I return the question to you. Why is good with Iran and it's not good with the United States?
I'll explain it. I'll explain it because you chose not to answer my question because you don't have an answer. But I'll explain mine. So the reason you asked me a question. Let me answer your question.
I cannot finish.
Let me answer your question.
Because you asked me a question that I don't know the answer. It's because my answer.
Wait. You asked me a question, so let me answer.
Okay, Jackson, answer her question. Alicia, you respond, and then I want to go to.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question on your part.
Thank you, Solari. I'm apologies for butchering the names. And Peter, I gotta go for some commitments. Jackson, stop being my leader's puppet. Since you're in Venezuela, go up to it.
All right, stop being the IMF puppet. Stop being the World Economic Forum puppet. You're not America first. You're not America first.
Gracias, Valentina. Próxima. Ciao. Okay, Jackson, go ahead.
Okay, to answer your question, and by the way, Anya Parmfield just joined, so you should bring her up. She's the premier expert on Venezuela, I think. But to answer your question, Alyssa, you said, why is it that I think it's okay for Venezuela to do trade with Iran, but I don't think it's okay to do trade between Venezuela and the United States? Well, the answer is because, and Anya can expand upon this, but the answer is because when Venezuela does trade with Iran, they're giving a fair amount of gold in return for a fair amount of oil input that allows Venezuela to then sell the oil to other trade partners. When you look at the United States, what they do is, it's not really about fair and open trade. The United States will, they'll manufacture a political climate where they can input the leader, which is the leadership that is currently backed by Maria Corina Machado. And then they'll tell her, if you don't give 99% of your oil revenue, again, because this is how it used to be in Venezuela, again, to these transnational corporations, to these banksters, then we are going to have you removed, killed, or replaced. So that's why it's not really fair and open trade when Venezuela or any of these, corrupted, co-opted countries are doing with the West. It's at the behest of the West, not with the West.
Lester, do you have a response?
Can I respond of that? Like, look, the only way, the reason that Venezuela was giving back the revenue to the United States, it was because we couldn't make anything. We couldn't build streets. We couldn't make anything with the oil. And one of the reasons, it was because Chavez took over of a lot of companies. Chavez, he closed a lot of companies in Venezuela. So we couldn't produce anything. That was the reason that all the money that we were getting from the oil, we had to spend it on all those products. That was the main reason.
No, I'm not talking about Chavez. I'm talking about way before Chavez, when there was no socialist government in power, and 99% of oil revenue went back to Western corporations and out of the country of Venezuela.
First of all, it's an absolutely lie that we never was in a socialist government in Venezuela. First of all, never after the dictatorship, oh my God, the Jimenez, the previous dictatorship, after we turned to a democracy, all the parties in Venezuela are members of the International Socialista. We never had a party from center or center right. All of them was or are center or center left. Actually, Verde Venezuela is a libertarian party, not even a right party. This is the first thing. You need to learn more about the political history and the political spectrum background of the party in my country. There is no popular will. They was kicked out recently, but they was a member of the International Socialista, Acción Democrática, COPEI. All of them are social democratic parties. All of them are socialists. What you said that the right and blah, 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 that is absolutely a blatant lie that you are stating right now. And in terms, one of the issues that we have with the Maduro regime is the high levels of corruption. The Rafael Ramirez, the president of PDVSA, appointed by Chavez, is the one responsible for stealing from the Venezuelan money billions and billions of dollars, and he is living right now in the outside Venezuela. Not talking about Tarek Al-Aissami, which his uncle was part of the government of Saddam Hussein, and he was the link and connector with Hezbollah in Venezuela. Don't come to me with those tales about the bad evils of communists, they are evil, the communists are evil. And that narrative, the full socialists, they come to do the good in Venezuela. That is an absolutely right. We have an inner circle around the power, and Chavez and Maduro, both governments, that they turned it rich. They are people who was really, really poor, and the greedy of them destroyed the economy of my country. The issues, the lack of food, the destroy of the economy in my country is not thanks to the sanctions. It's thanks to the high level of corruption from the government, the regime, or from Venezuela, because they don't care about anyone. They stole the resources from our people to make them rich. Yeah, it's funny. There is one book that I read before. It's an economist guy who is the son of Vargas Llosa. He's an economist, and he said that socialists has to live like communists, and then they know the enemy. Very black humor joke. And that is the thing. You live in the United States, you travel in capitalist governments, and then travel to countries destroyed like Venezuela to promote communism. Why you don't go and definitely move to Cuba, but not supportive for the Cuban regime, like a regular Cuban?
Let me bring in Anya. Anya, you heard what Alyssa had to say, and you're also a journalist with expertise.
All right, guys, I'm out, by the way. I was waiting with my hand up over here for quite some time, guys. I'm out. Have fun with this, bro. It's ridiculous, dude. I mean, how many times do I have to be invited to one of your spaces and not get to
we'll
speak?
come to the next place. Just, I need to go to someone to balance it out. I need to go to the... Go ahead, Anya.
No, sorry, I want to go to Craig and then Marianne.
Go ahead, Anya. I just want Anya. Go ahead, Anya, then I'll go to Craig. Go ahead, Anya. Anya, can you unmute the mic at the bottom left-hand side?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah,
hello?
Alyssa had to say,
I didn't realize that I was on deck. How's everyone doing? I'm coming to this kind of late, so I don't know which live to begin to discuss there. I mean, to hear that someone is actually claiming the pre-Chavez governments were socialist, I mean, I don't believe COPEI and some of these other parties may have had a social agenda, but that's just typical in many countries outside of the United States, where they have to provide certain basic services to people. But they were definitely not something you could consider socialist. And getting stuck in these labels, it doesn't really help anyone, because when we talk right now about socialism in Venezuela, it's important to understand that about 25%, or somewhere between like 15 and 25% of the economy is public there. That's pretty comparable to the United States, actually. The vast majority of Venezuela's economy is privately operated. The hotels, the restaurants, the shops, everything that you go to is privately run. It's not this Soviet style or Cuban style state dictatorship or that reigns over the economy. What Venezuela socialized or nationalized are its natural resources, the largest oil and gold deposits in the world, plenty of other minerals needed to produce electric batteries and so many other products that we need right now in the world. And so before the revolution, the only difference is that private U.S. and European corporations dominated their industries, ran their industry, and the IMF dictated its domestic policy. So that changed. And of course, I haven't spoken with anyone in the Venezuelan government ever who has denied that there is corruption in Venezuela. This is something that has plagued the country since oil was discovered there in the 1920s. It has been a petro state. Oil has been the basis of its economy since then. And as a result, and this is the model, the neoliberal model that has been exported around the world since the end of World War II, is that if you have resources and you're a country that can provide something such as oil to the international market, you don't have to develop your own national production capabilities because the transatlantic powers are happy to import and give you whatever you want as long as they can come in and take the wealth out of your country, essentially. And so that was the model in Venezuela up until recently. And Venezuela actually began the process, since nationalizing its industry, of developing its national agricultural sector and national production capabilities that were actually paused under this neoliberal model. The people that ran the government before in Venezuela, for example, Ricardo Hausman, he's someone who was a high-level functionary in the economy ministry, but also was a leading professor in Venezuela who trained many of the economists that worked in the pre-revolution government. He's now a professor at Harvard University. He's worked at the World Bank. He's your archetype neoliberal. He is the figure that would be running the show behind Maria Corina Machado. And he is someone who literally his department at Harvard is about mapping out the world for a neoliberal dream where instead of saying that countries are actually nations that have the right to develop their own individual production capabilities and industries, that they should be drawn as a map where according to what they can give basically the international global elite. So Venezuela, that's just a station for oil. Then he would have other countries that say, oh, they bring lumber, you get free labor in Asia. That's the map that the kind of people who want to get control of Venezuela, that's how they see the world.
So Anya, I've got a question on this point though, because, and I do as much, are you Venezuelan, right?
No, I'm not Venezuelan. I've spent a lot of time in Venezuela. I've written a book about Venezuela, but I'm an American.
I've seen your biography and I appreciate it, but I respectfully, what I'd like to do is come to you for a question to challenge some of your synopsis for sake of argument, but then I do want to hear from Venezuela, from Craig.
I'm 52 years old. I spent 35 of my life in Venezuela. I grew up in Venezuela.
Yeah, we've all heard.
I know, Elisa, but we have heard from you, and I'd like to challenge Anya on a point here, which is I think that this, as I said at the beginning of the space, this election is arguably very representative of foreign interference in the sense of those on the Western side support the anti-Maduro, as in Gonzalez in this case, right? They support him because he represents change and therefore the opportunity for Western companies to come in and maybe invest or, i.e., exploit, depending upon who you ask. But the countries that support Maduro are, anti-Western. But Anya, do you not think that it's a little bit simplistic? Not that you said that, but aren't major powers of any type, even with the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, or the Americans, all seeking to take opportunity to benefit from Venezuela's massive energy reserves? So whilst you can criticize the United States and the Western powers, do you not think that we should be cognizant of non-Western powers of wanting to do the same?
Sure, I can say that all countries operate in their own national interest. The difference, and having interviewed diplomats from all over the world, including Africa and Latin America, Asia, the way that the Chinese and the Russians interact with you versus the West are three very different things, but the West is zero sum, all control, no mutual beneficial relationship. You have to be under the boot. Or that's just simply not the case with Russia and China. They're willing to deal with you. They don't care what your political background is, what's going on domestically in your country. They're just, if you're the government in that country, they're going to deal with you one-to-one. And yes, they have their own interests, but they're not forcing them upon the Venezuelan people the way that the West has traditionally. And just on the point of Edmundo Gonzalez, I don't know if anybody's already shared his biography, but he, for one thing, he's just a face that they put up there. He's basically like Joe Biden. He couldn't even stand up at his own closing campaign rally. He was sitting down in a chair because he's so old and lacking energy. Maria Corina Machado was the fuel behind his campaign, but ultimately it is these other figures in Spain and in Washington and Boston, for example, like Ricardo Hausman, whom I mentioned, that would be running the show for his administration. But he himself, not very well known in Venezuela, he was an academic, but prior to the revolution, he was a high-level diplomatic functionary for years working in the foreign ministry. He actually was a high-ranking diplomat in Venezuela's Salvadoran embassy in the 1980s, when Venezuela was partnered with the United States to run a dirty war in El Salvador. They basically committed a Holocaust there against local militants fighting for sovereignty, and they were also operating a dirty war in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas at the time. And so Edmundo Gonzalez was a partner in that crime, likely working with Elliot Abrams, who was overseeing that policy on behalf of the United States, was later a convicted criminal, convicted for his role in that war. And he then, decades later, was the Trump envoy to Venezuela, who oversaw this initial coup attempt in 2019 that installed a shadow corporate government. And now he's still advising the Biden administration on Latin America policy. I mean, this is a leading living criminal in the United States. I guarantee you he has a direct relationship with this Edmundo Gonzalez figure. And so that's the kind of people that you're getting involved with when you're talking about the opposition candidates that are running there. But yeah, I mean, I'm willing to admit that China and Venezuela and Iran all have these interests in Venezuela, but I would say that first of all, they don't have the capacity to promote an agenda or actually control the government the way that the West did. But more importantly, Venezuela would have never gone to Russia, would have never gone to China, would have never gone to Iran if we simply allowed them to go down their sovereign path. If we hadn't sanctioned them in 2006, 2007, George W. Bush cut off Venezuela from U.S. arms supplies. That's the only reason that Venezuela then went to Russia. And I've interviewed Venezuelan diplomats who speak about this openly. Their alliances with those countries are not an alliance against us. They would love to do business with the United States. They would love to have a normal functioning relationship with us. The only obstacle is ideologues in Washington, such as John Bolton, and to be frank, foreigners in Florida, Cuban and Venezuelan expats who act as a foreign lobby, just like the Israel lobby. They act as a mafia because they want to use U.S. money, U.S. taxpayer dollars, U.S. muscle, and if it came down to it, Maria Corina Machado herself has endorsed a U.S. invasion in Venezuela. They would use U.S. troops, they would use U.S. blood in order to return themselves to power in Venezuela. So frankly, as an American citizen, that's why I don't take their voice. I'm Venezuelan. Well, guess what? I'm an American and you're begging me for my help. If you can go do it on your own, good luck, but you can't. That's why you're always whining in my country and trying to control my country, and I'm sick of it. I believe in an America First policy that actually deals with Venezuela for what it is. I don't care if it's socialist. I don't care, you can put Bukele in that same category for me, even though he's considered a far-right figure. He's someone who's acting independently on behalf of the will of his people. You don't have to agree with everything he does. You should just accept them for what they are. And that is the kind of policy that I would like to see in my government.
I think it's interesting because you represent grey zone, right? And some of what you said resonates with some of the more right part of the political spectrum. So it shows you the horseshoe theory in application there, I think. But I appreciate your perspective and some valid points. I think, not everything I think people on stage agree with, but Craig was fairly, wanting to speak, so I'd like to go to Craig for his perspective, and then we'll see where we are. But go ahead, Craig.
Thank you for letting me speak. Great stuff there, Anya. And thank you guys so much for inviting me to the space. Listen, I understand we can sit here and talk geopolitics all day. We can have this circular firing range of sorts, where people are talking about their ideologues, we're throwing the socialism, the communism, everything out there in particular. But what I want to talk about is the actual national sovereignty, right? And where my areas of expertise are in studying elections. My business partner who spoke earlier, Fiorella Isabel, together we have observed 5 international elections in countries like Nicaragua, Peru, Honduras, Brazil, Colombia. We witnessed a referendum in Mexico. And I just have to say, and I was hoping that Valentina was still here, because I'm really rooting for her in her election. But if she had an election just like the Venezuelan election, which we just observed, which is considered to be one of the most cleanest elections in Latin America, and I've been to many of them, it really is. There is audit capabilities here. And the reason why I can't stand the baseless claims when people just start talking about the machines itself, all the machines are auditable, right? 55% of the paper trail that we have is used to audit the system. And just like when I was in Colombia and I was speaking with people from the Petro party, they had asked me, Gustavo Petro, they said, what can we do to make sure that this election is fair? Being that the tabulation, the central tabulation is the official results, I said, well, in these elections, at each mesa, which is each table, at the end of the day, when they open up the ballot boxes and they count the ballots, they will put the count on the table or in the door from where the vote is cast. And that's really, really important because, in fact, if there was an actual claim of fraud, they would know to a T where it was coming from. They would know which particular machine was cheated. They could demand an audit to the machine, exactly where it was. And these are the same baseless claims we heard in Brazil, right? The system itself allows it to be corrected. You can't do this in the United States. And I haven't seen one polling place where the opposition has said, no, it is unfair over here. We're seeing numbers that are not making sense, and we want that machine audited. They're not doing that because they simply do not have the proof. So when you start here talking about these baseless claims about how this election is fraudulent, you have to provide the proof there. I can tell you to a T in 2020 exactly where the fraud came from. The only problem is, unlike Colombia, we don't have the right to audit the system. So the system itself does stand behind national sovereignty. It does stand behind the will of the people. It is one of the best systems out there. And that's at the end of the night, despite the geopolitics, it's the national sovereignty in which the people want to pick their leader. I mean, we saw a rally for Nicolas Maduro in which he had Trump-like people out there. So, I mean, the fact is that we can talk all we want about the politics that are involved in here. The election itself is very, very clean. And if there was fraud, you'd be able to call it out. And that's all I just wanted to say.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate you. All right, Mariana, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Venezuelan. I lived there 25 years of my life. I just moved 2 years ago. And I have too much to say, but I just want to clarify that I was born in Barquisimeto. My parents work for Ministry of Education, my grandparents too, during Chavez government and before Chavez government. So all of them are public workers. And yeah, through all my life, I've seen how this government destroyed the country, how if you could speak Spanish, you would hear how abusive they are of people who are against them or just have an opinion against them. If you could only speak Spanish and you hear the insults and you hear the abuse that we have to go through all these years, you will understand why are we in this position. So there's too many obvious things that are happening. I want to talk for the people of Venezuela, not for all the political things that you guys are sharing, because it seems very far from the conversations that are actually happening on the streets. We the Venezuelans are tired of trusting parties, of trusting politics that like you, or of trusting people that belongs to parties and is associated with these institutions. We are tired. We voted in 2018. This is something that, we voted in 2015 for a National Assembly that was full opposition, and they failed us. Then we voted again in 2018 for Henry Falcon, someone that you didn't even mention once. But yeah, we had elections in 2018 and Maduro won. But he was under investigation he was under investigation for the National Assembly, which is like the Congress on your country, for all the crimes that happened in 2017. That's when Guaido, who was the president of the National Assembly, was declared a president under the Article 233. So if you're laughing, it's because you don't understand Spanish and you cannot read the Constitution that was even proclaimed by Chavez once the people of Venezuela voted for no. So please respect.
Who declared Juan Guaido president?
Venezuelan Assembly, Venezuelan Constitution under Article 233. So go and read that. But let me continue. Let me continue. Shut up. Gringo, go home. Gringo, go home.
Who said Juan Guaido
Shut up. So he proclaimed himself under Article 233 from the National Constitution. And what happened?
Who said it?
Venezuelan Assembly. Venezuela has three powers: presidential, judicial, and our National Assembly. Okay? So, yes.
Who specifically said he's the
Los
president?
venezolanos, no un gringo como tú.
Or assembly.
Okay, guys. No, para eso no gringo. Like, no, come on. Let's avoid the gringos.
Wait, let me just finish. So, you just check quickly the elections that happened in 2015 for the National Assembly. Then, okay, Maduro won in 2018, but he was under investigation for all the crimes that happened in 2017. And the National Assembly that has Chavistas and has opposition check all the Congress people that voted. This is public information, guys. Check who voted yes, check who voted no, and that's how Guaido came to power, because the Congress people voted. Okay, he's a puppet, he betrayed the people, he didn't deliver what he promised, and Venezuelan people don't trust the opposition because we are tired of these jokes. We are tired of a government that is abusive, that has their own interests, that is allied with too many other interests, while the Venezuelan people are the ones that are starving and are looking how their institutions are destroyed. Why is nobody talking about the corruption scandal that happened this year when 20 billion of dollars were lost due to corruption from PDVSA? So PDVSA revenue was disappeared, and after this scandal was public, then the bubble of prosperity that was surrounding Caracas disappeared. Why is nobody talking about it? Why? I would like to know. Why is nobody talking about it? So I see all conversation from this party, from this. I went there. So I want to ask the guys who are in Venezuela, where are you staying? Are you staying in El Euro Building? Are you staying in Altamira, in Las Mercedes? Why don't you go to Caricuao? Why don't you go to La Cota? Why don't you go to Katia? And you ask the people of Katia, who were very Chavistas, in all these lumps, what happened with the government? I heard some of you talking about CLAP. Why don't you say that most of the goods that were on the CLAP box were imported from Turkey and from Brazil? You were praising CLAP boxes, but this was imported. And during all these years of sanctions, we saw how our police had new cars, our military had imported cars, all the Venezuelan institutions had imported goods. We saw how the government built places for them, corruption in public, some constructions, and all these things. But for the hospitals and for the people, there was no money. There was no money, there was nothing. So, come on, guys. I mean, just go to the streets and start with Venezuelans, not in Altamira, not around the Euro Building, not at colegios, because I don't know what is the school where you were going on this elections. So go, just talk with the Venezuelans and respect us, respect our nation, because as I speak, there's people dying in hospitals, waiting for the doctors to have goods to be able to conduct their operations. As I speak, there's people whose
trying to survive with the money that their family is bringing from other countries because they had to flee. As I speak, there's people that had to leave the country because if they stand up against this government, they either go to jail or they are either killed. And if you don't believe me, then check what is an helicoide. If you're in Caracas, go to an helicoide and check the conditions of all the people there. Why don't you go there? Talk with the people that's already there and ask them what they did to be there. I studied my whole university in Venezuela and I saw how my friends, for protesting without guns, were kidnapped by the military. And they came back in terrible conditions. So this is a job for the people that actually suffer. So please respect us. This is the nation of Venezuela. We are not puppets of anyone. We don't need support of the United States. We don't even need support of the clowns that were hurting or people like Leopoldo, like Guaido. Yes, we agree there. We agree there. And the people in the streets is protesting without being called by the opposition. Yesterday, when Maria Corina spoke, she didn't say go to the streets like the other clowns usually said when they lose elections. She didn't say anything. There was a strong silence on Venezuelan streets until lunchtime when people was tired of this and they went to the streets without following anyone. That's it.
So Mariangela, thank you for that. I do want to go to Alan for balance, or maybe Jackson if Alan is there. But I do want to share an interesting video I just saw, which is that the Venezuelan military seems to be sort of being rallied or sort of approached by the Venezuelan public to sort of do something. And there's mixed videos about sort of whether or not they're going to respond. There's a lot of tension on the ground at the moment, a lot of developments, and we're trying to make sense of it. Mario's team is doing a tremendous job of trying to stay up to date, with the news. So if you're interested, do check out the profile and what they're doing. But Alan, are you with us? I'd like to hear from your perspective if you have a different.
Hi, I'm here. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Go ahead.
First of all, it's quite amazing when someone is saying that Venezuela is not a socialist. They mention the economic aspect, as the economy is the only one aspect to describe a socialist country, avoiding all the aspects of the tyranny. It's clear in Venezuela. I'm a friend of a former president of the Supreme Court in Venezuela, so if someone here says that he escaped Venezuela to be alive while three of his colleagues was shot to death, if someone says it's a lie, you can go to the government of the United States and you can file a document saying that he's lying because that's the base of his political asylum in the United States. So it's easy, someone that can tell me, no, that's not true, so prove it. Go to the United States government and prove these people that escaped from Venezuela, they are lying, and they have no proof to get a political asylum in the United States. That's the first point I would like to make. I was listening to the Anya Parampil, and it's always the same doctrine. So she's pro-Palestine, pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-everything. Socialism doesn't exist. China is doing trade with countries that they don't care about that political bill. But I'm from Brazil, and Bolsonaro was highly criticized by the Chinese ambassadors because of his political bill. But let's talk about Venezuela. Venezuela is a very interesting topic for the United States and Brazil because I didn't hear anyone talking about Antonio Mujica, Alfredo Ansola, and Roger Pinhate. And these three names are very interesting for the United States election because Alfredo Ansola, his airplane just crashed when he was about to say to the world about fraud election in Venezuela, and he founded the first company that later on became Smartmatic. And because he was telling some bad things about the group, his airplane crashed in Venezuela right after it take off. You know, it's interesting that nobody talks about these people. You know, like why we do not talk about Alfredo Anzola and his death, and all the generals from Venezuela that came to the United States saying that he was killed. So it was an accident. Why we do not talk about pizza software? Because all these companies are here in the United States right now, and some of them are taking care of your election. I'm from Brazil. I'm telling you guys, these people are here in the United States, and we in Brazil suffered a lot of these kind of situations that you can't prove there is a fraud, but you can't prove otherwise too. You know, like because you do not have an audition to the vote, you can't get the vote and count it because it's not materialized. It is just it's almost a Bitcoin. You know, you need to believe it. That's the price. But it is interesting that I would like to emphasize this aspect that all the socialists work together. They work together, like China, and Venezuela, and also Lula da Silva, and they somehow are protected by some politicians in the United States, mainly Biden and the Democrats. And it is funny that people now are trying to get away from Biden and going straight forward to more socialist agenda, more communist agenda, like Jackson, who's here creating a communist party, creating or participating in a communist party in the United States. It's a free country, right? But it's interesting that it's the same methods, it's the same talk, but I would like really to talk about Alfredo Anzola's death. That's one thing that I really would like to discuss with Maria Angel. I think it's Maria Angela. Maria Angel. Sorry that if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. But nobody talks about his death in the United States. And it's the last article you can find about Alfredo Anzola. I mean, nobody has got a solution for his death. And it's a very interesting case. A lot of generals were talking about.
Oh, Melania, my wife is here. Melania!
Assassination,
darling! Oh, she left.
Alan, did we lose you?
No, I just finished.
Oh, you just landed. Okay. Marianne, do you want to reply? Or we can go to maybe someone with a different perspective.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Guta, do you want to provide some different perspective?
Hello.
Guta, can you hear me?
Yes. I think probably for the first time in this space that Alan and I are not going to be in such opposite positions. So could be quite funny. And yeah, because the whole thing with this election, right, that we clearly know it's fraudulent. We've seen this fraud being built up along for quite a few months, right? And it's no surprise the outcome. However, right, for Latin America, for the region politics, it's a big blow for especially like Lula now. Lula is cornered with diplomatically with that Celso Amorim is at the moment with Colombia representatives in Caracas trying to find a way to save face, literally, because they now they are being very careful. They haven't said any official no, but they have to be, especially Brazil, because of BRICS. Russia and China have already recognized and confirmed.
Steve here saying he's a nuclear
Good evening, my fellow Americans. My fellow Americans, this is your President Donald Trump. They almost blew my fucking head off with an MK Ultra program that Michael Crooks was on at BlackRock in the commercial and all that. We know what happened. Listen, my ear has recovered fully. My genetic material did exactly what I told it to do, which was to heal my ear. My ear looks perfect and beautiful again. And that's what they're saying, that this was all fake. And I gotta say, it doesn't really matter because Hulk Hogan endorsed me, and Hulk Hogan said, "What are you gonna do, brother, when all these Trumpomaniacs come on you?" Thanks for coming back to Celestial Beings, and I want to adjust the title, which is "Why Are Some Black People on Clown House Being Racist Against the Indians?" And I'm not sure. They should appreciate the Indians, because the Indians have a tremendous amount of information to share with Black America, particularly Kali. The nuclear codes with Kamala. She lost her wedding ring and she doesn't even live with her husband, and those aren't even her kids. Raboyna Shalom. I've said too much. Donald Trump, your president, is complete. Thank you, JR. God bless you all.
What the hell? You didn't even sound like Donald Trump. Need to work on this shtick a little bit. Yeah.
Were any rebuttals here? Steve, you maybe want to, I don't know if you're Republican, but you want to say anything against this Trump here is kind of crazy guy.
No, I really don't do. Yeah, like I only wonder that we can't go out of this asshole stuff. No, like I don't know why you even.
Yeah, stop calling my friends assholes, man. Like these are like good people. They always come here. You were away. Everyone here, okay? Steve, Bull, and
Steve cannot be it. Look, he was so obnoxious today. He was talking all the time. He was not letting other people talk. He was being an asshole today. I don't think that.
I want to ask this question to Trump here. Trump, what do you know about the Om sign? Since you know so much about Hinduism.
The Om is like God. It is the pranava, which is the or, which is the glottal sound or the logos from the back of the throat to the front of the mouth, which encompasses the universe. So if you want to do meditation, you can say Om.
Did you and Steve make up yet?
I was in Madison Square Garden, getting ready to win another world title. Well, maybe I thought.
What's the thing that brought you together? I see.
So me and Madara went there anyway. Got down and Madara's still upset though.
Madara left? Okay, good. So he's being like a little bitch today. He's there. He's fucking.
Steve, are you being retarded right now?
I don't think so.
Why are you meowing?
I heard someone imitating a cat in the background.
You know what taxoplasma?
No, I don't. What is it?
You should look into it. Your meowing might be caused.
I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Steve's a successful lawyer, so he has all the credentials.
Even more suspicious.
But that doesn't keep you from doing what you want to do. On Clubhouse, he does whatever he wants. I respect that.
Yeah.
He can act like a kid.
I appreciate that. You're right. I do on Clubhouse what I want. Thank you.
Yeah, I get it.
By the way, say hello to that young child in your
now, or like what's?
That's what I was wondering. I came for the controversy. What the fuck is this?
We were just.
Well, you snooze, you lose, babe.
Steve really took it to the lower levels and was going crazy, man. It was good. Madara also was run below the belt.
I think Empal is scared of Steve. He's backing up right now. He's backing off.
I think the only one that's scared of Uncle Steve is you.
I mean, there's no way to beat this guy. You can say anything, and he'll go over top of you.
He did the nuclear thing did definitely end.
Yes, the nuclear thing. I admitted that I didn't know jack squat about it. That's right.
He dropped the ball on that one. Yeah, he dropped the ball.
I admitted I don't know jack squat about nuclear weapons.
I believed it until you called it out. You and Fabian called it out. I believed it.
Why someone would ask Uncle Steve about nuclear weapons is beyond me, but they asked, so I figured they deserved an answer.
See, this is his trick, Steve. You have to be careful with Infinity, right? If you talk
I got news for you, pal. I'm always careful.
Yeah, so if you talk about a subject, he'll ask you questions. I mean, it's a question. He won't give you the information.
I like to put him on direct. Uncle Steve knows about putting people on direct.
Damn fucking right I do.
And never tell them what you're good at. So now you blew the fucking horn.
I told people what I was good at 10 minutes ago. I've been doing it for 30 years. I've been doing it for 30 years. They asked, so I told them.
I wouldn't play like that. You don't want to tell.
Well, I know you wouldn't, but you're not Uncle Steve.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just
Uncle Steve sounds like a homosexual.
And once again, although I'm not a
Damn, they got my Trump account clipped. Wow, Donald Trump's done. They assassinated Trump on Clown House. Somebody's watching. I wonder if you know. Oh my god. They killed me. I'm kicked. I have no more Clown House accounts. I feel naked and alone. Oh, the terror, the horror. Being assassinated from Clown House. I wonder who it was. Was it Steve? Was it Steve Appel? Apparently you can't be Trump on Clown House. Can't talk about Venezuela, can't cross stream Twitter. Wild.
Those are the oligarchs. And what ended up happening is that through this righteous judgment of wherever the hell he was getting his ideology, justified the largest kleptocracy that the world has ever seen. Since 2002 in Venezuela, since 1999, there's been $1.5 trillion that have gone into a country of 30 million people. Do you see? Go to Petare, go to Jose Felipe Rivas, go to 23 de Enero. See if there's a growing power outages, and that's not since 2015, brother. That's since 2000. That's since 2020. That's since 1999 that he got into power. The disaster, the absolute kleptocratic disaster that's happening in the country because of the ideology of this communist left versus right socialist country. It's socialists that are drinking 21-year-old scotch on their yachts in Puerto La Cruz, brother. That's the reality that's happening in the country. Not this ideological left versus right and the IMF coming into the country. It is a narco state that's kleptocratic, that has been in power since 99, that you have no idea the depth, width, and disaster of the kleptocracy that's happened in that country. That's the reality of that's happening in the country. So you should actually get educated about what's happening in the country and start taking it from there, because any thought that this is ideology and not pure, profound ego and this oppressor-oppressed dynamic that all it does is it serves to destroy countries and to destroy a beautiful people you're absolutely wrong.
Thanks for that. So one more update here from me before we go to Raphael, and then I'll pass to or Jackson if you have any thoughts to what the others have said. But the update quickly is that Edmundo Gonzalez has said, quote, "We won, we have the evidence, and now we are going to collect and celebrate." And that's basically coming from Maria Corina Machado, which has obviously been one of the most controversial names mentioned here tonight. And they're going to meet tomorrow as a family organised, demonstrating the determination to make every vote count. So there's a lot of opposition here, a lot of resistance by the anti-Maduro camp or anti-Maduro people in Venezuela. So what we're seeing, and on the streets, we've seen another statue pulled down. So there's a lot of resentment or discontent on the streets of Venezuela at the moment. But we've heard some alternative perspectives here about why Maduro is, not as bad as people on the other side claim. So what I do want to do is pass to Raphael, and then Sully, if you've got any thoughts, and then probably closer to Narco. Go ahead.
Can I just say something? While we are speaking here, actually the efforts from Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia with Maduro and Maria Corina is to reestablish a recounting and review the whole situation. I just got this note. Thank you for...
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Sorry, it's been a very busy space, so I haven't kept up as much with the news.
Well, I've got
Jackson, do you want to go?
I'll say one last thing.
Before you leave, are you in Venezuela right now?
Actually, I was in the middle of speaking.
I have to go too, but are you in Venezuela right now?
Yeah, so I was in the middle of speaking, and you had your time to talk.
gonna say one last thing. You know, we had all the diasporoids, Miami, Canada, UAE, wherever they're from, you know, all the diasporoids were running their mouths for the last few minutes. I didn't really think of anything to say to them because it's like, we've all been talking about this for the past several hours. If you have two working brain cells, you know that no, the IMF is not good, no, Rockefeller Group is not good, no, the Council on Foreign Relations, Chase Bank, Shell, Chevron, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, these groups that want to rape and pillage Venezuela are not good. They have tried to undemocratically subvert the political process in Venezuela for years and years and years now. Why do they do that? It's because Venezuela is so important. If you didn't know, in 1943, Venezuela was providing 80% of their oil to the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom got 80% of their oil from Venezuela. It is an extremely valuable country because of the amounts of oil that they have here, the amounts of gold they have here, the amounts of raw mineral resources that can be used for lithium batteries that they have here and other types of batteries that they have here. This is a country that will continue to be targeted regardless of whether it's Maduro or regardless of whether it's another leader that might not be socialist but is anti-West or anti-financialist, someone that wants true sovereignty for their country. It doesn't matter if they're socialist. I mean, look at what that Nayib Bukele is doing in El Salvador. I don't agree with him on everything, but he's battling big businesses to protect his country in El Salvador from big agriculture that wants to come in and rape his country. And I think that's amazing. And he's obviously being attacked by the deep state for doing so. Even Trump now is coming after him, which is hilarious. But what I'll say about Venezuela is that, they've tried to assassinate Maduro many times. They've tried to say that the votes are rigged, even though, again, Jimmy Carter said that the elections here in 2012, he said the elections here are the most secure he's ever seen on the planet. Out of the 92 countries that his election monitoring organization has actually investigated elections in. All of you diasporoids who will probably never see Venezuela again in your entire lives, you're in Miami, you're in Canada, you're wherever. I don't really care. Ultimately, what I got to say is I fully stand with President Maduro. Of course, no person, no government is perfect. No, I'm not perfect. No one's perfect. You're not perfect. But what I can say is I'll never stop supporting President Maduro and the Chavista movement, and I fully endorse them. And everyone who's lying about Venezuela right now, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. It's humiliating. I don't know how you sleep at night. And you are responsible for the propaganda that potentially, at some point, may or may not bring about the complete destruction of the Venezuelan state, which will make no one happier than those in Washington, D.C. and those on Wall Street.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you keep supporting a government that even Mujica, Gustavo Petro, Evo Morales, all of those are turning their back to? Oh, he left.
Well, thanks, Guta. I think it's I do want to go to Raphael for last comment and then Sully. But there was one update that I saw about an hour ago, which is Bukele, which he said, he said, quote, "What we see, Venezuela has no other name than fraud. The official result has no relation to reality, it's obvious. We broke diplomatic relations with Maduro 4 years ago. We won't reopen them until their people can elect their leaders in real elections." So I think it's a valid question, which is that a lot of the surrounding governments in Latin America, which are pretty left, or some of them maybe a bit more right, like Milei, you have a general consensus that none of them like Maduro or have reservations for him. And I think it's not necessarily about the political ideology, it's about the fact that it's not democratic, or at least a choice. I mean, that's my personal opinion, and I'm not trying to be biased, but yeah. So, I think that it could be a good point. But Raphael, what's your thoughts? And then we might probably begin to close for tonight.
Sure, yeah. So, a couple things. How many people do we have here in the space right now? Okay, we have 5,532 right now. what you guys just heard, I think, pretty much validates everything that I just said. And honestly, with all due respect to the co-host, to the host, I think you guys really need to think long and hard about, if not the people you bring onto the stage, the kind of decorum that you're going to permit in what I think should be, I myself am a free speech maximalist, but there should be consequences to the type of the nature of the speech. You cannot, at the very least, reprimand if A, you hear somebody saying that somebody deserves to be kidnapped, or B, the way that the person spoke, that this individual who by his own admission is paid by the regime to be an international observer. So you cannot convince people that he is going to be at all neutral or not biased in favor of the regime. The guy is paid to be there at this very moment, and that's fine even if you want to accept that. But think about the language and the way that he spoke to folks who have left, right? He made a mockery of the 8 million Venezuelans that have left in the past 10 years. He called us, what is it? He said that we are diasporoids. He said that we are never going to see the country ever again. Like, just think long and hard. Why would you, shame on you guys for allowing that to happen. Like, it hurts. It really hurts when there are people on this stage, in the audience, Venezuelans who I know have not seen their parents, people who have not seen their grandparents, people who have had cousins killed, people who have friends locked up. I have a friend who right now is stuck in the Argentine embassy, which is being raided at this very moment. His name is Pedro Uchurutu. He has been there since January, holed up. He cannot leave the embassy. He is making a mockery of those people. That is not an even exchange of ideas or a back and forth conversation. As I forgot who was that said, "Oh, let him speak. This is just let him have a back and forth." Brother, that is not a back and forth. That is the epitome of condescension. So as we wrap up tonight's discussion, I want everybody to really think about the voices that you heard tonight, because the ones that you heard, it's a stark contrast between the ones that are pro-Maduro and anti-Maduro. The people that have been defending Maduro tonight, not one has been Venezuelan. Not one Venezuelan has spoken in favor of Maduro tonight. Instead, every single one of them has been incredibly condescending and motivated by a desire to criticize the West. That is all this has been, just slam dunking on the West instead of genuinely caring about the Venezuelan people. And on the other hand, every Venezuelan that has spoken tonight has shared a heartfelt and powerful story about the desire to want to return home and reunite with their friends and their family. They're painting a very vivid picture of the hardships and the struggles that they face daily under an oppressive regime. Their voices are fueled by the same hope and resilience that mine is, for a deep love for their country, wanting to go back and to rid the country of a tyranny. And then I'll end with this, because I know that there's been a lot of speculation of exactly what exactly is this, I guess the instances of electoral fraud, what is this, what is that. Remember that a lot of what you've heard tonight has been a lot of falsification. I would highly recommend that you guys look at good sources, quality sources like Conflict News Worldwide, Caracas Chronicles, which is independently supported propped up by journalists, Venezuelan journalists that do quality work in English. Listen to Venezuelans. Yes, I understand that people are going to throw back at you. Well, not just Venezuelans can speak, and that's totally fine. If you are not Venezuelan, you have every right to speak about Venezuela. But again, think about the motives. If all you're doing is supporting Maduro because you want to slam dunk on the West, you don't care about Venezuela. You just care about trying to slam dunk on the West. And that is not a legitimate reason to support what is being described as one of the largest, most obvious instances of electoral fraud in political history. So I ask everybody to please reflect on this distinction, question the motives of those who back Maduro, and consider the true impact of his regime on the Venezuelan people. Venezuelans that have spoken tonight are asking for your support. The videos that you are going to see tonight, if you follow me, if you follow any of the other Venezuelans, look at the videos of statues being toppled, of all the regime propaganda that's being torn down. Ask them why they're doing it. Don't ask people with a partisan political agenda that are just using Venezuela as a prop to try and slam dunk on the West. because our struggle is not a political issue. It's a real fight for their lives. This is not LARPing. They're fighting for their rights, for their home, and for a better future. And with your help, just by learning what the real problem is and recognizing that there is one, we can make a difference and help them achieve the change that they so desperately have been yearning for. So everybody, thank you so much for being here tonight, for your willingness to listen to me, to other Venezuelan voices, supporters of the Venezuelan cause for restoring democracy in the country. Continue to stand with them, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Raphael. Thank you, everyone. This is a highly volatile issue. It's incredibly rapidly unfolding as we speak. We've got tens of thousands of Venezuelans out on the streets in force. I'm not going to pretend I know what they're doing. It seems to me that they're pulling down statues of Hugo Chavez. That's some images that's been on Mario's account. There's a lot of debate here about how much support is good from the West, and there's been a lot of debate about how much it is good. Jackson and some other voices are very supportive of, not being too dependent on Western institutions. And I think in principle Jackson has a fair point, which is that it's not wise to be indebted to any institution. Africa is a perfect example of the continent that became indebted to the IMF and the World Bank, and I think that that's a fair point. But I also think it's slightly different to what Venezuelans who have spoken here tonight have been arguing, but that's not my place to say. I've just tried to be a host. I know some of you haven't been happy with the space, and I do apologise for some of the conflicts during it, but we're all humans trying to deal with very volatile and emotional issues. So I encourage you to look at the newsletter, sign up on Mario's newsletter, look at his profile, engage with any speakers or people you resonated with, and we wish you all a peaceful evening and for Venezuela to come out of this as best as it can going forward. But we'll see you soon. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Is an insult to the animal world. I mean, all day Elon is posting about this Venezuela. I'm counting, here's 10 of them so far. 11, 12, 13, 14. All day Elon Musk. Each one of these has between 10 to 30 million, 50 million impressions. This is huge. Elon Musk is taking a huge stand against what's happening in Venezuela. And it almost makes you wonder because, he has huge resources at his disposal, right? I imagine that he probably has very good, OPSEC intelligence that he can use to look into these things. And so if he's taking this huge of a stance against it, I imagine it's because he has it on good standing that those elections were completely rigged. Go ahead, Annie, give us your thoughts.
Hi, Thurston. Thank you. Thank you for letting me up. As you know, I'm from Colombia, and I can give you a little insight and maybe a bit of a reason of why Elon is so interested in the whole Venezuela situation. And I think that this is something that might interest everybody in the U.S., especially since you're so worried about, what's happening at the border, how many people are coming in. I understand it's been around 8 million. I don't know if somebody can correct me, during the Biden administration. And most of the people who are going into the US are a lot of Venezuelans and a lot of Colombians. And the whole reason is because we are being governed by socialists, and I mean socialists, and not like European socialists that things kind of work. No, this is like people who just rob your country, and that's what happened to Venezuela. Chavez came into power in 1998. He got sick, and then he said, "Okay, so the person who's going to succeed me is Nicolas Maduro." Why does Elon Musk say, that pin post where he says burro, whatever? It's because people used to say Maduro is a donkey. He's stupid. He's dumb, but he hasn't been that dumb because he's been in power. This is going to be his third term, and the thing is that these people have absolutely destroyed their whole productive system. They destroyed their oil economy. They were producing around 3 million barrels a day, and they went down to around 500,000. And their oil is really thick. It's very difficult. They can't sell it to everybody. It's difficult to process. And they basically, what they did is they condemned Venezuelan people to poverty. I mean, Venezuela was one of the richest countries in the world. And right now, when you see Venezuelans, it's just absolutely depressing. I mean, so many of them came into Colombia. It's around 4 million Venezuelans have come in here, and you can see them. I mean, it's so sad. It's they're away from their family, and unfortunately, there's another thing that is happening is that at first it's a migration that is nice, and you tend to open your arms. It's like, okay, because you feel sorry for them, but then when people start, not having the opportunities, what happens? Well, they go into crime, and that's why you see in the U.S. really dangerous people, like, and they are from gangs. It's called Tren de Aragua. These guys are so bad. They're so dangerous. And that's why I think that the U.S. should care. And while Trump was in power, and I'm gonna finish with this, he was great in the sense that he wasn't open arms with people like Maduro or with the Castro brothers in Cuba. And when Biden came in power, what did he do? Just before the elections, he lifted the sanctions he had in Venezuela. So he just, took the pressure off. And the U.S. also had a very high prisoner, a high interested prisoner for Maduro. This is a guy who has, his money and everything. Oh my God, I can't even start to explain who this guy is. And he gave him to Maduro. So all the pressure came off just before the election. So what did Maduro do? Maria Corina Machado was supposed to be the candidate. So what they did is they sanctioned her, so she couldn't run. So then she picked another person, to be in the ballot, and they sanctioned her too. So then she picked the other one, who's this guy, who actually did win. The election was absolutely rigged. There was an exit poll yesterday that gave Edmundo Gonzalez like a 70% advantage over Maduro, and that's what happened. It's happening right now. So when you see me, here in Colombia supporting Trump, and I support him so much, and I've supported him forever, it's just because I know he is not horrible to Latin America. He does not open his arms to communism, because that ends up, it affects us, and it ends up, and it affects you too at the end. That's what's happening at the border. So that was it. That was Jim. Thank you.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah, I thank you for sharing that, because I think that, especially for us Americans, we don't understand how the nuances of how this is occurring, and how it's occurring internationally. Right, we're seeing the same playbook happen in all of these countries. In Brazil, we've had people from Colombia come up and describe the same instances occurring. And I think it's important that we know these socialist countries, and what you were saying about the immigrants that are coming here, the illegal immigrants. You know, they're running from the policies and the tyranny of these leaders, and then they're forced. You know, they don't. Obviously, they're not. You know, they resort to crime. In a lot of cases, I would argue that a lot of them are already criminals before they come here. Some of these countries are emptying out their prisons and sending them here into the United States.
Oh, Venezuela for sure. Venezuela for sure. They're doing that, and they've been doing that. You know, and you can't imagine our situation right now in Colombia. It's ridiculous. I mean, we've had, oh my God, 60 years of guerrillas and so many things, and now on top of that, we have all these very powerful, and they're narcos too. You know, they're what do you call them? Drug lords, and they're very, very dangerous people. So it's, you know, our cities are getting really difficult. Here, I mean, I live in Barranquilla. Barranquilla is where Shakira is from. You know who Shakira is? And this used to be a really peaceful city. I mean, basically, just, you know, in Colombian standards. I mean, this is not Switzerland, but it was peaceful. And these, oh my God, these past 2 years that we have Petro as a president, Petro is like, he's just like Chavez, just like Maduro. And things have just gone really wild now, and we have had a lot of Venezuelan criminals coming here. And this is actually a passageway to the US. They come into Colombia, some of them stay here, a lot of them. You know, we have 4 million, like I said, around 4 million. And then they go through Panama and up Central America, Mexico, and that's what, you know, we are receiving there.
Yeah, and this is also part of the playbook we're seeing from other countries as well, and so it just goes to show you, you know, and as far as the United States goes, Kamala Harris owns a lot of what's going on here. She was named the border czar, and that brings me to another aspect of this, which is the lying out of media, right? Jen brought up a good point earlier, which is, you know, our media started was happening in Venezuela, right? They started declaring the winner earlier when the rest of the international community, a lot of countries, and people with just common sense are not accepting the results of what they call an election already. And so, you know, with the Kamala Harris, right, they started to try to divorce her from the name of border czar almost immediately after she was named the presumptive nominee. They immediately started trying to divorce her from the title of border czar because they know that she has ownership in this atrocity that's occurring in our republic. Let me continue to go through the hands. Let's go to Deep. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Truth. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Joe.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, let me chime in real quick because, you know, mad respect.
I can't hear Andrew. Can anybody hear Andrew?
We can hear you.
I can't hear Andrew, though. That's what I was calling out. Andrew, I'll drop you down. I'll bring you back up. Let's go to Lucas while we're waiting. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thanks, Diligent. You know, I was just going to add, and great points on Bangladesh, Jen. But when you guys brought up Elon Musk, it also made me think of the coup earlier this year in Bolivia. And I think it's somewhat related to what we're seeing in Venezuela. One, because we've seen political unrest all over South America, and possibly in response to them turning towards their own currency union group, BRICS. And Bangladesh, of course, is the thumb of India. But I don't know that in the wake of the Bolivian coup that occurred, or attempted coup that occurred, the president of Bolivia, Arce, said that it was 100% related to the lithium reserves contracts that they were signing. And I know a lot of people love Javier Milei, and I do like some of the of his policies. Some of them I think are novel. But at the end of the day, he's playing a game with the IMF. And the rule of the IMF is, or the two rules that they put forth is countries must practice austerity and countries must be open to foreign investment. And Elon Musk went to Argentina back in April and secured tons of lithium reserves from Argentina. So just more of the, I don't know, the complex fight over South America that I think is going on at high levels right now as we see a realignment, especially with regards to the BRICS developments. But that's all I had, Diligent. I'm enjoying listening. I'm gonna drop back down because I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Well, you bring up a good point. You know, a lot of this has to do over resource competition. To be honest with you, we're seeing a lot of this happening over the increased competition for resources, especially when it comes to like semiconductors and other resources, energy, and so on. So you bring up a very valid point, and thank you for that. Let's go ahead, Truth. I called on you last, and then we'll go to Nick.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Well, first off, I appreciate the spaces. I think it's very important what you guys do. This is hopefully the future of actual information and knowledge being, passed around to those inquiring. But two things. One, I like the younger gentleman who said he was like 25, who came in here earlier. That's a good thing to me. I'm not much older than that, but it's important that we share this knowledge with the younger generations. Just because, look around, it's not a mistake. We debate and we talk about these things we see on the media, the news, and it's like living in the twilight zone. But it's not a mistake. Socialism, communism, historically, have always been superior advertisers because they have to be. They have to sell lies to get people to go along with it. Historically, capitalism doesn't need to advertise or sell lies because the result of capitalism speaks enough for itself. And the second thing I just wanted to say, because I'm passionate about these topics, we have to remember our own history. The colonists, when they came to America, attempted communal living. They were essentially attempted communism in Jamestown, Plymouth, and other colonies. And it wasn't until, 2-3 years later, when 3/4 of them starved to death, that they said, you know what, we're going to scrap this whole method of just everybody gets their fair share. They split the land up equally. You get what you have, and anything you create and produce, you get to keep. These are real principles that were built into the foundation of our nation. The concept of private property rights and us not being attacked or having our property taken from us to give to others is why America became the most powerful and the largest, most wealthy nation in such a short period of time. And all of a sudden, lest we forget what led us to all that progress, here we are, and we can turn on X in the news and we have these socialist views and stuff, and people want to pretend that our country and the world's got advanced enough to where we can try communism and socialism again. I think it's a joke, but the only way to really get through to the younger generations are to continue conversations such as these, because it's important. It's going to impact the future whether we like it or not. And I think a lot of idle minds and people standing by on the sidelines for the last generation are now in shock to see that the battle has never ended. Attacks on private property, individuals who don't respect or even believe that your average people should be able to own private property have never ended that attack. So thank you guys, and I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
No, that was amazing. I 100% agree with you. I would reinforce that with, I think the generations, maybe 3 generations ago, they didn't continue on the fight against communism enough. I thought they probably there's a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was designed. Maybe it was intentional on some level. But they stopped teaching us about the horrors of communism at scale. And we're living in the result where people think it's acceptable. Once again, we saw that yesterday creative protests in New York City and in Philadelphia.
I appreciate that. One last thing, it's not a mistake for anybody wondering. After the fall of the wall and communist Soviet Russia essentially failed, the Marxists and communists at the time saw that liberalism and what modern liberalism in America was becoming more popular, and so they just changed the name. That's what socialists and communists do. They understand if you can control the dialogue and the definitions to words, you can essentially control how people think and what they talk about.
Nailed it.
Go ahead, Sally, jump in, and then we'll go to Nick.
I just posted a thread that I did probably like 5 months ago. It's called Operation Condor South of the Border. I'm not going to explain what it is. You guys can go read it. I spent like 18 hours researching and trying to put pictures with slides together. But it explains the coups that have taken place in South America during the 70s and 80s.
Thanks for that, Sally. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I just think it's, you could look at it at Venezuela and you can see what happens when you start, nationalizing everything and giving out everything for free, and everybody's going to make less money, right? All the talent wants to go to the West because they can have the best chance of living. And then you have these countries that try to they can't have any good talent. So they have the most oil on the planet and they're squandering it. So you could have a great product or a great company, like let's say Apple or something, but if you're not running it right, it'll still fall apart. And I think it's gonna spread. I don't know. I think this is just we're seeing what's been happening there for obviously years, like a decade. So again, I think it's going to be a real interesting, 3 or 4 years, and South America in general is falling apart.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I want to go to Space with Dorado because, he's resilient. He's experienced this happening in his own country. I just kind of want to get your thoughts on all of this.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, brother?
I'm doing good, well. What happened in Venezuela, it's what has been happening in Brazil for a while, and they have a particular thing that's happening that I don't think people are talking about a lot, but if you put in comparison to Brazil, in Venezuela they have the electronic machines and they also have the paper, and they have this big fraud happening. It's rigged. The election is rigged, and they have 2 methods of verification. They have the electronic machine and they also have the papers. In Brazil, we just have the electronic machine. So just think about it. And what's happening right now is we have an ambassador that's from Brazil that's right now in Venezuela. His name is Celso Marin, and he's trying to talk. So just so you guys know how bad this is in South America, he's trying to talk to Maria Corina, which is the opposition. So he's trying to talk her into accepting the results of the election. So yeah, Lula and his narco friends are all together in this, and I don't know really what's gonna happen, because we saw that 6 years ago when Maduro was re-elected for the second time, and he killed a lot of people, and he killed a lot of people back then, and I don't know if you won't do it right now. There are people already dying, and there is not much we can do about it. We have the Brazilian government not saying anything. We have I don't know if Biden said something. Did Biden say something about it, or it was just the secretary?
I'll have to look into the Biden thing, though. That's a good question.
Yeah, because I think that the only way we can win this is all the governments in the world, personally the United States and the European countries and the countries that have a big democracy, we have to position against what's happening in Venezuela so we can kind of isolate the government there so they don't have any power, but United States, it's the main country that should be doing that because, you guys are the biggest country, the biggest economy, have the biggest democracy. So I think you guys have like, the main thing to do, and go against this. I saw that Rep Sauer said something, that she sent a letter to the VP and the President of the United States to ask for sanctions in Venezuela, but I don't think that's like, what else are going to sanction against Venezuela? There's nothing left to do. So I don't know if that's going to work. I think the only solution, to be honest, is all the governments go against this, and ask for the real result of the elections, and hope that maybe the military will take the people's side and not the government side. To be honest, but yeah, that's my take on it. I have been talking all night with people about this and trying to figure out something. But you can see that Maduro, he's also saying that all the other countries, he's cutting ties with the other countries. So and that's actually a plan that he's doing. He's cutting ties with other countries. So, for example, if Maria Corina wants to go to other embassies and seek asylum in other embassies inside of Venezuela, she could do it like she's doing. Maybe I don't know if she's doing with Argentina, but she could do that with other countries, Brazil, other countries, United States, inside of Venezuela. But he's cutting ties with all the countries in South America, and he's demanding that all the ambassadors get out of the country, get out of Venezuela in 72 hours. So there is not going to be any embassy from other countries in Venezuela anymore. So Maria Corina is kind of stuck there. She doesn't have her passport, She's not allowed to get out of the country. I don't know, I saw something about that. She has an order for her arrest. So, yeah, it's kind of, there's not much left. I don't know if people, I see it, the only thing that can happen is the people take the power of the country, but I don't know if they're able to do that because, you saw them going to the streets. They just had thoughts, and this is Maria Corina's fault also, because in 2012 she was really forthcoming on and making guns, taking guns of the population's hand. So now the population is suffering with that. I'm not gonna say that Maria Corina is right wing. I don't think she is. I think she's a kind of center left. Not socialist, but she's not right wing either. But she also has fault on this because in 2012 she was pushing to take the guns out of people's hands in the whole country. And I hope Venezuela.
Americans need to pay attention. Americans need to pay attention to the tactics because the left wing here is calling for the very same results that we're seeing play out in Venezuela and also some of these other socialist countries. This is exactly what they want. They want to disarm us so that when they cheat, we cannot do anything about it. That's exactly what they want. Go ahead, Doc, and we'll go to Adam.
I don't know if people are seeing what I'm seeing, but at least in my feed, I see the people rising up. I see reports of police taking off their uniforms. I see reports of paramilitary forces abandoning their station as citizens burn their tanks, not tanks, armored vehicle. It seems to me that what has to happen here isn't the U.S. or some outside force telling Maduro, hey, you're a dead guy, you rigged the election, give it back. Even if they did that, Maduro's not inclined to listen to anybody besides Maduro. So what has to happen is what happened here in 1776. People have to get fed up enough, right, to go out and take care of business. And it seems to me that's what's happening. And it seems to be a rising tide. So I'm hopeful.
Yeah, someone just tagged me right as you were saying that in the Ryan Fourier post of the Venezuelan police officer taking off his uniform. We'll see if it sticks, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm highly skeptical when I see all of this happen out on social media. I watched the Brazilians have their January 8th, and I felt like it was going to be the same. And those.
That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas, for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies. I want to welcome you back from Donald Trump in Scotland this
this is your good friend Donald Trump.
How much was it? How much was it?
They gave it to me.
So you're not gonna
Teach us your secret, master.
I don't care what anyone says. Good people get
Get QuickBooks Solopreneur for $1 per month for mobile only. Sign up today.
Replace social media with these book summaries.
And here's the thing.
The golden sayings of Epictetus. Are these the only works of providence in us? Would words suffice to praise or set them forth? Had we but understanding, should we ever cease hymning and blessing the divine power, both openly and in secret, and telling of his gracious gifts? Whether digging or plowing or eating, should we not sing the hymn to God? Great is God, for that he hath given instruments to till the ground withal. Great is God, for that he hath given us hands, and the power of swallowing and digesting, of unconsciously growing and breathing while we sleep. Thus should we ever have sung, yea, and this, the grandest and divinest hymn of all. Great is God, for that he hath given us a mind to apprehend these things and duly to use them. What then? Seeing that most of you are blinded, should there not be some one to fill this place and sing the hymn to God on behalf of all men? What else can I, that am old and lame, do but sing to God? Were I a nightingale, I should do after the manner of a nightingale. Were I a swan, I should do after the manner of a swan. But now, since I am a reasonable being, I must sing to God. That is my work, I do it, nor will I desert this my post, as long as it is granted me to hold it. And upon you, too, I call to join in this self-same hymn. How then do men act? As though one returning to his country who had sojourned for the night in a fair inn should be so captivated thereby as to take up his abode there. Friend, thou hast forgotten thine intention. This was not thy destination, but only lay on the way thither. Nay, but it is a proper place, and how many more of the sort there be, only to pass through upon thy way. Thy purpose was to return to thy country, to relieve the kinsman's fears for thee, thyself to discharge the duties of a citizen, to marry a wife, to beget offspring, and to fill the appointed round of office. Thou didst not come to choose out what places are most pleasant, but rather to return to that wherein thou wast born and where thou wert appointed to be a citizen. Try to enjoy the great festival of life with other men. But I have one whom I must please, to whom I must be subject, whom I must obey, God, and those who come next to him. He hath entrusted me with myself, he hath made my will subject to myself alone, and given me rules for the right use thereof. Rufus used to say, if you have leisure to praise me, what I say is not. In truth, he spoke in such wise that each of us who sat there thought that someone had accused him to Rufus, so surely did he lay his finger on the very deeds we did, so surely display the faults of each before his very eyes. But what saith God? Had it been possible, Epictetus, I would have made both that body of thine and thy possessions free and unimpeded, but as it is, be not deceived. It is not thine own,
It is but finely tempered clay. Since then this I could not do. I have given thee a portion of myself and the power of desiring and declining and pursuing and avoiding. In a word, the power of dealing with the things of sense. And if thou neglect not this, but place all that thou hast therein, thou shalt never be let or hindered, thou shalt never lament, thou shalt not blame or flatter any. What then seemeth this to thee a little thing? God forbid. Be content then therewith, and so I pray the gods. What saith Antisthenes? Hast thou never heard? It is a kingly thing, Osiris, to do well and to be evil spoken of. I, but to debase myself thus were unworthy of me. That said, Epictetus, is for you to consider, not for me. You know yourself what you are worth in your own eyes, and at what price you will sell yourself, for men sell themselves at various prices. This was why, when Florus was deliberating whether he should appear at Nero's shows, taking part in the performance himself, Agrippinus replied, "Appear by all means." And when Florus inquired, "But why do not you appear?" he answered, "Because I do not even consider the question." For the man who has once stooped to consider such questions and to reckon up the value of external things is not far from forgetting what manner of man he is. Why, what is it that you ask me? Is death preferable or life? I reply life. Pain or pleasure? I reply pleasure. Well, but if I do not act, I shall lose my head. Then go and act, but for my part I will not act. Why? Because you think yourself but one among the many threads which make up the texture of the doublet. You should aim at being like men in general, just as your thread has no ambition either to be anything distinguished compared with the other threads. But I desire to be the pebble, that small and shining part which makes the rest seem fair and beautiful. Why then do you bid me become even as the multitude? Then were I no longer the pebble. If a man could be thoroughly penetrated as he ought with this thought that we are all in an especial manner sprung from God, and that God is the Father of men as well as of gods, full surely he would never conceive aught ignoble or base of himself, whereas if Caesar were to adopt you, your haughty looks would be intolerable. Will you not be elated at knowing that you are the Son of God? Now, however, it is not so with us, but seeing that in our birth these two things are commingled, the body which we share with the animals, and the reason and thought which we share with the gods. Many decline towards this unhappy kinship with the dead, few rise to the blessed kinship with the divine. Since then every one must deal with each thing according to the view which he forms about it. Those few who hold that they are born for fidelity, modesty, and unerring sureness in dealing with the things of sense, never conceive aught base or ignoble of themselves, but the multitude the contrary. Why, what am I, a wretched human creature with this miserable flesh of mine? Miserable indeed, but you have something better than the paltry flesh of yours. Why then cling to the one and neglect the other? Thou art but a poor soul laden with a lifeless body. The other day I had an iron lamp placed beside my household gods. I heard a noise at the door, and hastening down found my lamp carried off. I reflected that the culprit was in no very strange case. "Tomorrow, my friend," I said, "you will find an earthenware lamp, for a man can only lose what he has." The reason why I lost my lamp was that the thief was superior to me in vigilance. He paid, however, this price for the lamp, that in exchange for it he hastened to become a thief, in exchange for it to become faithless. And children, but as they, when they weary of the game, cry, "I will play no more," even so, when thou art in the like case, cry, "I will play no more," and depart. But if thou stayest, make no lamentation. Is there smoke in the room? If it be slight, I remain. If grievous, I quit I quit it. For you must remember this, and hold it fast. The door stands open. You should not dwell at Nicopolis, well and good, nor at Athens, And I will not dwell at Athens either, nor at Rome either. You shall dwell in Gyara. Well, but to dwell in Gyara seems to me like a grievous smoke. Depart to a place where none can forbid me to dwell. That habitation is open to all. For as for the last garment of all, it is the poor body. Beyond that, none cannot do aught unto me. This is why Demetrius said to Nero, "You threaten me with death, but it is nature who threatens you." The beginning of philosophy is to know the condition of one's own mind. If a man recognizes that this is in a weakly state, he will not then want to apply it to questions of the greatest moment, as it is men who are not fit to swallow even a morsel, buy whole treatises and try to devour them. Accordingly, they either vomit them up again or suffer from indigestion, whence come gripings, fluxions, and fevers, whereas they should have stopped to consider their capacity. In theory, it is easy to convince an ignorant person. In actual life, men not only object to offer themselves to be convinced, but hate the man who has convinced them. Whereas Socrates used to say that we should never lead a life not subjected to examination. This is the reason why Socrates, when reminded that he should prepare for his trial, answered, "Thinkest thou not that I have been preparing for it all my life? In what way? I have maintained that which in me lay. How so? I have never secretly, openly done wrong unto any." In what character dost thou now come forward? Is a witness summoned by God. Come thou, saith God, and testify for me, for thou art worthy of being brought forward as a witness by me. Is aught that is outside thy will either good or bad? Do I hurt any man? Have I placed the good of each in the power of any other than herself? What witness dost thou bear to God? I am in evil state, master, I am undone. None careth for me, none giveth me aught. All men blame, all speak evil of me. Is this the witness thou wilt bear, and do dishonor to the calling wherewith he hath called thee? Because he hath done thee so great honor, and deemed thee worthy of being summoned to bear witness in so great a cause? Wouldst thou have men speak good of thee? Speak good of them. And when thou hast learned to speak good of them, try to do good unto them, and thus thou wilt reap in return their speaking good of thee. When thou goest in to any of the great, remember that another from above sees what is passing, and that thou shouldest please him rather than man. He therefore asks thee, is this in the schools? What didst thou call exile, imprisonment, bonds, death, and shame? I call them different things, and I called them things indifferent. What then dost thou call them now? Are they at all changed? No. It is then thou that art changed? No. Say then, what are things indifferent? Things that are not in our power. Say then what follows, that things which are not in our power are nothing to me. Say also what things you hold to be good, a will such as it ought to be, and a right use of the things of sense. And what is the end? To follow thee. That Socrates should ever have been so treated by the Athenians, slave. Why say Socrates? Speak of the thing as it is. That ever then the poor body of Socrates should have been dragged away and haled by main force to prison. That ever hemlock should have been given to the body of Socrates. That should have breathed its life away. Do you marvel at this? Do you hold this unjust? Is it for this that you accuse God? Had Socrates no compensation for this? Where then for him was the ideal good? Whom shall we hearken to, you or him? And what says he? Anytus and Miletus may put me to death, to injure me is beyond their power. And again, if such be the will of God, so let it be. Nay, young man, for heaven's sake, but once thou hast heard these words, go home and say to thyself, it is not Epictetus that has told me these things, how indeed should he? No, it is some gracious God through him, else it would never have entered his head to tell me them. He that is not used to speak to any one of us, well then, let us not lie under the wrath of God, but be obedient unto him. Nay, indeed, but if a raven by its croaking bears thee any sign, it is not the raven, but God that sends the sign through the raven. And if he signifies anything to thee, through human voice. Will he not cause the man to say these words to thee, that thou mayest know the power of the divine? How he sends a sign to some in one way, and to others in another, and on the greatest and highest matters of all signifies his will through the noblest messenger? What else does the poet mean? I spake unto him erst myself, and sent Hermes in the shining, one to check and warn him, the husband not to slay, nor woo the wife. In the same way, my friend Heraclitus, who had a trifling suit about a petty farm at Rhodes, first showed the judges that his cause was just, and then at the finish cried, I will not entreat you, nor do I care what sentence you pass. It is you who are on your trial, not I. And so he ended the case. As for us, we behave like a herd of deer, when they flee from the huntsman's feathers in affright. Which way do they turn? What haven of safety do they make for? Why, they rush upon the nets, and thus they perish by confounding what they should fear with that wherein no danger lies. Not death or pain is to be feared, but the fear of death or pain. Well said the poet, therefore, death has no terror, only a death of shame. How is it then that certain external things are said to be natural, and others contrary to nature? Why, just as it might be said if we stood alone and apart from others, a foot, for instance, I will allow it is natural should be clean, but if you take it as a foot, and as a thing which does not stand by itself, it will beseem it, if need be, to walk in the mud, to tread on thorns, and sometimes even to be cut off, for the benefit of the whole body. Else it is no longer a foot. In some such way we should conceive of ourselves also. What art thou, a man? Looked at as standing by thyself and separate, it is natural for thee in health and wealth longing to live. But looked at as a man and only as a part of a whole, it is for that whole's sake that thou shouldst at one time fall sick, at another brave the perils of the sea again, know the meaning of want, and perhaps die an earthly death, an early death. Why then repine? Knowest thou not that as the foot is no more a foot if detached from the body, so thou in like case art no longer a man? For what is a man? A part of a city. First of the city of gods and of men. Next of that which ranks nearest it, a miniature of the universal city. In such a body, in such a world enveloping us, among lives like these, such things must happen to one or another. Thy part then being there is to speak of these things as is meet, and to order them as befits the matter. That was a good reply which Diogenes made to a man who asked him for letters of recommendation. That you are a man, he will know when he sees you whether a good or a bad one. He will know if he has any skill in discerning the good and the bad, but if he has none he will never know, though I write to him 1,000 times. It is as though a piece of silver money desired to be recommended to someone to be tested. If the man be a good judge of silver, he will know the coin will tell its own tale. Even as the traveler asks his way of him that he meets inclined in no wise to bear to the right rather than to the left, for he desires only the way leading whither he would go, so should we come unto God as to a guide, even as we use our eyes without admonishing them, to show us some things rather than others, but content to receive the images of such things as they present unto us. But as it is we stand anxiously watching the victim, and with the voice of supplication call upon the augur, Master, have mercy on me, vouchsafe unto me a way of escape. Slave, would you then have aught else than what is best? Is there anything better than what is God's good pleasure? Why, as far as in you lies, would you corrupt your judge and lead your counselor astray? God is beneficent, but the good also is beneficent. It should seem then that where the real nature of God is, there too is to be found the real nature of the good. But then is the real nature of God, intelligence, knowledge, right, reason. Here then, without more ado, seek the real nature of the good, for surely thou dost not seek it in a plant or in an animal that reasoneth not. Seek then the real nature of the good in that without whose presence thou wilt not admit the good to exist in aught else. What then? Are not these other things also works of God? They are, but not preferred to honor, nor are they portions of God. But thou art a thing preferred to honor, thou art thyself a fragment torn from God. Thou hast a portion of him within thyself. How is it then that thou dost not know thy high descent, dost not know whence thou comest? Dost not know whence thou comest? When thou eatest, wilt thou not remember who thou art that eatest, and whom thou feedest? In intercourse, in exercise, in discussion, knowest thou not that it is a God whom thou feedest, a God whom thou exercisest, a God whom thou bearest about with thee, O miserable? And thou perceivest it not? Thinkest thou that I speak of a God of silver or gold, that is without thee? Nay, thou bearest him within thee, all unconscious of polluting him with thoughts impure and unclean deeds. Were an image of God present, thou wouldst not dare to act as thou dost. Yet when God himself is present within thee, beholding and hearing all, thou dost not blush to think that such thoughts and do such deeds. O thou that art insensible of thine own nature, and liest under the wrath of God, why then are we afraid when we send a young man from the schools into active life, lest he should indulge his appetites intemperately, lest he should debase himself by ragged clothing, or be puffed up by fine raiment? Knowest he not the God within him? Knowest he not with whom he is starting on his way? Have we patience to hear him say to us, Would I had thee within me? Hast thou not God where thou art, and having him dost thou still seek for any other? Would he tell thee aught what else than these things? Why, wert thou a statue of Phidias, an Athena, or a Zeus, thou wouldst bethink thee both of thyself and thine artificer. And hadst thou any sense, thou wouldst strive to do no dishonor to thyself or him that fashioned thee, nor appear to beholders in unbefitting guise. But now, because God is thy maker, is that why thou carest not of that of what sort thou shalt know thyself to be? Yet how different the artists and their workmanship. What human artists' work, for example, has in the faculties that are displayed in fashioning it. Is it aught but marble, bronze, gold, or ivory? Nay, when the Athena of Phidias has put forth her hand and received therein a victory, in that attitude she stands forevermore. But God's works move and breathe, they use and judge the things of sense, the workmanship of such an artist. Wilt thou dishonor him? Aye, when he not only fashioned thee, but placed thee like a ward in the care and guardianship of thyself alone, wilt thou not only forget this, but also do dishonor to what is committed to thy care? If God had entrusted thee with an orphan, wouldst thou have thus neglected him? He hath delivered thee to thine own care, saying, I had none more faithful than myself. Keep this man for me, such as nature hath made him, modest, faithful, high-minded, a stranger to fear, to passion, to perturbation. Such will I show myself to you all, what exempt from sickness also, from age, from death. Nay, but accepting sickness, accepting death as becomes a god. No labor, according to Diogenes, is good, but that which aims at producing courage and strength of soul rather than of body. A guide on finding a man who has lost his way brings him back to the right path. He does not mock and jeer at him and then take himself off. You also must show the unlearned man the truth, and you will see that he will follow, but so long as you do not show it to him. You should not mock, but rather feel your own incapacity. It was the first and most striking characteristic of Socrates never to become heated in discourse, never to utter an injurious or insulting word. On the contrary, he persistently bore insult from others, and thus put an end to the fray. If you care to know the extent of his power in this direction, read Xenophon's Banquet, and you will see how many quarrels he put an end to. That is why the poets are right in so highly commending this faculty. Quickly and wisely, withal, even bitter feuds would he settle. Nevertheless, the practice is not very safe at present, especially in Rome. One who adopts it, I need not say, ought not to carry it out in an obscure corner, but boldly accost, if occasion serve some personage of rank or wealth. Can you tell me, sir, to whose care you entrust your horses? I can. Is it to the first comer who knows nothing about them? Certainly not. Well, what of the man who takes care of your gold, your silver, or your raiment? He must be experienced also. And your body? Have you ever considered about entrusting it to anyone's care? Of course I have. And no doubt to a person of experience as a trainer, a physician, surely. Are these things the best you possess, or have you anything more precious? What can you mean? I mean, that which employs thee, which weighs all things, which takes counsel and resolve. Oh, you mean the soul. You take me rightly, I do mean the soul. By heaven, I hold that far more precious than all else I possess. Can you show me, then, what care you bestow on the soul? For it can scarcely be thought that a man of your wisdom and consideration in the city would suffer your most precious possession to go to ruin through carelessness and neglect. Certainly not. Well, do you take care of it yourself? Did anyone teach you the right method, or did you discover it yourself? Now here comes in the danger. First, the great man may answer, why, what is it that to you, my good fellow? Are you my master? And then, if you persist in troubling him, may raise his hand to strike you. It is a practice of which I was myself warm admirer until such experiences as these befell me. When a youth was giving himself airs in the theatre and saying, I am wise, for I have conversed with many wise, Epictetus replied, I too have conversed with many rich men. Yet I am not rich. We see that a carpenter becomes a carpenter by learning certain things, like that of a pilot. By learning certain things becomes a pilot. Possibly also in the present case, the mere desire to be wise and good is not enough. It is necessary to learn certain things. Is then the object of our search. The philosophers would have us first learn that there is a God, and that his providence directs the universe. Further, that to hide from him not only one's acts, but even one's thoughts and intentions is impossible. Secondly, what the nature of God is, whatever the nature is discovered to be, the man ease and his might made likened to him. If the divine is faithful, he also must be faithful. If free, he also must be free. If beneficent, he also must be beneficent. If magnanimous, he also must be magnanimous. Thus, as an imitator of God, must he follow him in every deed and word. If I show you that you lack just what is most important and necessary to happiness, that hitherto your attention has been bestowed on everything rather than that which claims it most, and to crown all, that you know neither what God nor man is, neither what God nor evil is. Why? That you are ignorant of everything else, perhaps you may bear to be told, but to hear that you know nothing of yourself, how could you submit to that? How could you stand your ground and suffer that to be proved? Clearly not at all. You instantly turn away in wrath. Yet what harm have I done you? Unless indeed the mirror harms the ill-favored man by showing him to himself just as he is, unless the physician can be thought to insult his patient when he... Do you suppose there is nothing... Why, you have a fever, eat nothing today, and drink only water. Yet no one says what an insufferable man. Your desires are inflamed, your instincts are weak and low, your aims are inconsistent, your impulses are not in harmony with nature, your opinions are rash and false. He forthwith goes away and complains that you have insulted him. Our way of life resembles a fair. The flocks and herds are passed along to be sold, and the greater part of the crowd to buy and sell. But there are some few who come only to look at the fair, to inquire how and why it is being held, on what authority and with what object. So too, in this great fair of life, some, like the cattle, trouble themselves about nothing but the fodder. Know all of you, who are busied about land, slaves, and public posts, that there are nothing but fodder. Some few things are attending the fair, who love to contemplate what the world is, what he that administers it. Can there be no administrator? Is it possible that while neither city nor household could endure even for a moment without one to administer and see to its welfare, this fabric so fair, so vast, should be administered in order so harmonious, without a purpose, and by blind chance? There is therefore an administrator. What is his nature, and how much and how does he administer? Who are we that are his children, and what work were we born to perform? Have we any close connection or relation with him or not? Such are the impressions of the few of whom I speak.
This woman was filming at the
They
gym when
apply
someone
themselves
accidentally walked
solely to
into frame.
considering and examining the great assembly before they depart. Where they are derided by the multitude, so are the lookers on by the traders.
Hey, wake up,
Aye,
this is a
if the
kidnapping.
beast had any sense, they would deride those who thought much of anything but fodder. I think I know
This
now.
is Mr. Regular.
I never knew before.
And if I
The
drop it
meaning
into
of the
water,
common saying, a fool you can neither bend nor
It's like-
break. Pray heaven I may never have a wise fool for my friend. There is nothing more intractable, my resolve is fixed. Why, so madmen say too, but the more firmly they believe in the delusions, the more they stand in need of treatment. Oh, what shall I see Athens and its Acropolis again? Miserable man, art thou not contented with the daily sights and meet thine eyes? Canst thou behold aught greater or nobler than the sun, moon, and stars? Than the outspread earth and sea? If indeed thou apprehendest him who administers the universe, if thou bearest him about within thee, canst thou still hanker after mere fragments of stone and a fine rock? When thou art about to bid farewell to the sun and moon itself, wilt thou sit down and cry like a child? Why, what didst thou hear? What didst thou learn? Why didst thou write thyself down a philosopher when thou mightest have written what was the fact, namely, I have made 1 or 2 compendiums. I have read some works of Chrysippus, and I have not even touched the hem of philosophy's robe. Friend, lay hold with a desperate grasp ere it is too late on freedom, on tranquility and greatness of soul. Lift up thy thread, lift up thy head, as one escaped from slavery. Dare to look up to God and say, deal with me henceforth as thou wilt. Thou and I are of one mind. I am thine, I refuse nothing that seemeth good to thee. Be done with, thou wilt clothe me in what garb thou pleasest. Wilt thou have me a ruler or a subject, at home or in exile, poor or rich? All these things will I justify unto men for thee. I will show the true nature of each. Who would Hercules have been had he loitered at home? No Hercules, but Eurystheus. And in his wanderings through the world, how many friends and comrades did he find, but nothing dearer to him than God? Wherefore he was believed to be God's son, as indeed he was. So then, in obedience to him, he went about delivering the earth from injustice and lawlessness. But thou art not Hercules, thou sayest, and canst not deliver others from their iniquity, not even Theseus to deliver the soil of Attica from its monsters. Put away thine own, cast forth thence from thine own mind, that robbers and monsters but fear, desire, envy, malignity, avarice, effeminacy, intemperance, and these may not be cast out except by looking to God alone, by fixing thy affections on him only, and by consecrating thyself to his commands. If thou choosest aught else with sighs and groans, thou wilt be forced to follow a might greater than thine own, ever seeking tranquility without, and never able to attain unto her, for thou seekest her where she is not to be found, and where she is, there thou seekest her not. If a man would pursue philosophy, his first task is to throw away conceit, for it is impossible for a man to begin to learn what he has a conceit that he already knows. For it is impossible for a man to begin to learn what he has a conceit, that he already knows. Give me but one young man that has come to the school with this intention, who stands forth a champion of this cause, and says, all else I renounce. Content if I am but able to pass my life free from hindrance and trouble, to raise my head aloft and face all things as a free man, to look up to heaven and as a friend of God-fearing. Nothing that may come to pass. Point out such a one to me, that I may say, enter, young man, into possession of that which is thine own. For thy lot is to adorn philosophy, and are these possessions thine, these books, these discourses. And when our champion has duly exercised himself in this part of the subject, I hope he will come back to me and say, what I desire is to be free from passion and from perturbation, as one who grudges no pains in the pursuit of piety and philosophy. What I desire is to know my duty to the gods, my duty to my parents, to my brothers, to my country, to my strangers. Enter then on the second part of the subject. It is thine also. I have already mastered the second part, only I wish to stand firm and unshaken, as firm when asleep as when awake, as firm when elated as with wine, as in despondency and dejection. Friend, you are verily a god, you cherish great designs. The question at stake, said Epictetus, is no common one. It is this: are we in our senses, or are we not? If you have given way to anger, be sure that over and above the evil involved therein, you have strengthened the habit and added fuel to the fire. Overcome by a temptation of the flesh, do not rank in it a single defeat, but that you have also strengthened your dissolute habits. Habits and faculties are necessarily affected by the corresponding acts. Those that were not there before spring up, the rest gain in strength and extent. This is the account which philosophers give of the origin of diseases of the mind. Suppose you have once lusted after money. If reason sufficient to produce a sense of the evil be applied, then the lust is checked, and the mind at once regains its original authority. Whereas if you have recourse to no remedy, you can no longer look for this return. On the contrary, the next time it is excited by the corresponding object, the flame of desire leaps up more quickly than before. With frequent repetition, the mind in the long run becomes callous, and thus this mental disease produces confirmed avarice. One who has had fever, even when it has left him, is not in the same condition of health as before, unless indeed his cure is complete. Something of the same sort is true also of diseases of the mind. Behind there remains a legacy of traces but blisters, and unless these are effectually erased, subsequent blows on the same spot will produce no longer mere blisters but sores. If you do not wish to be prone to anger, do not feed the habit. Give it nothing which may tend to its increase. At first keep quiet and count the days when you were not angry. You used to be angry every day, then every other day, next every 2, next every 3 days. And if you succeed in passing 30 days, sacrifice to the gods in thanksgiving. How then may this be attained? Resolve now, if never before, to prove thyself to thyself. Resolve to show thyself fair in God's sight. Long to be pure with thine own pure self and God. That is the true athlete that trains himself to resist such outward impressions as these. Stay, wretched man, suffer not thyself to be carried away. Great is the combat, divine the task. You are fighting for kingship, for liberty, for happiness, for tranquility. Remember, God called upon him to aid thee, like a comrade that stands beside thee in the fight. Who then is a Stoic, in the sense that we call that a statue of Phidias, which is modeled after that master's art? Show me a man in this sense modeled after the doctrines that are ever upon his lips. Show me a man that is sick and happy in danger, and happy on his deathbed, and happy in exile, and happy in evil report, and happy. Show me him, I ask again, so help me heaven, I long to see one Stoic. Nay, if you cannot show me one fully modeled, let me at least see one in whom the process is at work, one whose bent is in that direction. Do me that favor, grudge it not to an old man to behold a sight that he has never yet beheld. Think you I wish to see the Zeus or Athena of Phidias, bedecked with gold and ivory? Nay, show me one of you a human soul, desiring to be of one mind with God, no more to lay blame on him or man, to suffer nothing, to disappoint nothing, to cross him, to yield neither to anger, envy nor jealousy. In a word, why disguise the matter? One that from a man would fain become a god, one that while still imprisoned in this dead body makes fellowship with God his aim. Show me him. Aye, you cannot. Then why mock yourselves and delude others? Why stalk about, tricked out in other men's attire, thieves and robbers that you are, of names and things to which you can show no title? But God hath introduced man to be a spectator of himself and of his works, and not a spectator only, but also an interpreter of them. Wherefore it is a shame for man to begin and to leave off where the brutes do. Rather he should begin there, and leave off where nature leaves off in us, and that is at contemplation and understanding, and a manner of life that is in harmony with herself. See then that ye die not without being spectators of these things. You journey to Olympia to see the work of Phidias, and each of you holds it a misfortune not to have beheld these things before you die. Whereas when there is no need even to take a journey, but you are on the spot with the works before you, have you no care to contemplate and study these? Will you not then perceive either who you are or unto what end you were born? Or for what purpose the power of contemplation has bestowed upon you? But in life there are some things disagreeable and hard to bear. And are there none at Olympia? Have you not scorched by the heat? Are you not cramped for room? Have you not to bathe with discomfort? Are you not drenched when it rains? Have you not to endure the clamor and shouting and such annoyances as these? Well, I suppose you set all this over against the splendor of the spectacle and bear it patiently. What then? Have you not received powers wherewith to endure all that comes to pass? Have you not received greatness of heart, received courage, received fortitude? What care I if I am great of heart, for aught that can come to pass? What shall cast me down or disturb me? What shall seem painful? Shall I not use the power to end for which I received it, instead of moaning and wailing over what comes to pass? If what philosophers say of the kinship of God and men be true, what remains for men to do but as Socrates did? Never, when asked one's country, to answer, I am an Athenian or a Corinthian, but I am a citizen of the world. He that hath grasped the administration of the world, who hath learned that this community, which consists of God and men, is the foremost and mightiest and most comprehensive of all, that from God have descended the germs of life, not to my father only and father's father, but to all things that are born and grow upon the earth, and in an especial manner to those endowed with reason, for those only are by their nature fitted to hold communion with God, being by means of reason conjoined with him. Why should not such an one call himself a citizen of the world? Why not a son of God? Why should he fear aught that comes to pass among men? Shall kinship with Caesar or any other of the great at Rome be enough to hedge men around with safety and consideration, without a thought of apprehension, while to have God for our Maker and Father the kinsman, shall not this set us free from sorrows and fears? I do not think that an old fellow like me need have been sitting here to try and prevent your entertaining abject notions of yourselves, and talking of yourselves in an abject and ignoble way, but to prevent there being by chance among you any such young men as, to recognizing the kindred to the gods, and the bondage in these chains of the body and its manifold necessities, should desire to cast them off as burdens too grievous to be borne, and depart to their true kindred. This is the struggle in which your master and teacher, were he worthy of a name, should be engaged. You would come to me and say, Epictetus, we can no longer endure being chained to this wretched body, giving it food and drink and rest and purification, aye, and for its sakes forced to be subservient to this man and that. Are not these things indifferent and nothing to us? Is it not true that death is no evil? Are we not in a manner kinsmen of the gods, and have we not come from them? Let us depart thither whence we came. Let us be freed from these chains that confine and press us down. Here are thieves and robbers and tribunals, and they that are called tyrants, who deem that they have after a fashion power over us, because of the miserable body and what pertains to it. Let us show them that they have power over none. And to this I reply, friends, wait for God. When he gives the signal and releases you from this service, then depart to him. But for the present endure to dwell in the place wherein he hath assigned you your post. Short indeed is the time of your habitation therein, and easy to those that are thus minded. What tyrant, what robber, what tribunals have any terrors for those who thus esteem the body and all that belong to it as of no account? Stay, depart not rashly hence. Something like that is what should pass between a teacher and ingenious youths. As it is, what does pass the teacher is a lifeless body, and you are lifeless bodies yourselves. When you have had enough to eat today, you sit down and weep about tomorrow's food. Slave, if you have it, well and good. If not, you will depart. The door is open, why lament? What further room is there for tears? what further occasion for flattery? Why should one envy another? Why should you stand in awe of them that have much or are placed in power, especially if they be at all so strong and passionate? Why? What should they do to us? What they can do we will not regard. What does concern us that they cannot do? Who then shall still rule one that is thus minded? Seeing this then, and noting well the faculties which you have, you should say, Send now, O God, any trial that thou wilt, though I have means and powers given me by thee to acquit myself with honor through whatever comes to pass. No, but there you sit trembling for fear certain things should come to pass, and moaning and groaning and lamenting over what does come to pass, and then you upbraid the gods. Such meanness of spirit can have but one result, in piety. Yet God has not only given us these faculties by means of which we may bear everything that comes to pass without being crushed or oppressed thereby, but like a good king and father, he has given us this without let or hindrance, placed wholly at our own disposition without reserving to himself any power of impediment or restraint. Though possessing all these things free and all your own, you do not use them. You do not perceive what is you have received, nor whence it comes, but sit moaning and groaning. Some of you blind to the giver, making no acknowledgement to your benefactor, others basely giving themselves to complaints and accusations against God. Yet what faculties and powers you possess for attaining courage and greatness of heart, I can easily show you what you have for upbraiding and accusation. It is for you to show me. How did Socrates bear himself in this regard? How else than as became one who was fully assured that he was the kinsman of the gods? If God has made that part of his own nature which he served, severed from himself and gave to us, liable to be hindered or constrained either by himself or any other, he would not have been God, nor would he have been taking care of us as he ought. If you choose, you are free. If you choose, you need blame no man, accuse no man. All things will be at once according to your mind and according to the mind of God. Petrification is of two sorts. There is petrification of the understanding, and also the sense of shame. This happens when a man obstinately refuses to acknowledge plain truths and persists in maintaining what is self-contradictory. Most of us dread mortification of the body and would spare no pains to escape anything of that kind, but of mortification of the soul we are utterly heedless. With regard, indeed, to the soul, if a man is in such a state as to be incapable of following or understanding anything, I grant you we do think him in a bad way. But mortification of the sense of shame and modesty, we go so far as to doubt strength of mind.
Get a quote at lemonade.com. Stinky pits and feet? Well, I'm a board certified dermatologist and I've got the fix with this new whole body deodorant. Imagine 72-hour odor protection. I'm talking head to toe freshness. Yes, even those privates and feet.
If you have assumed a character beyond your strength, you have played a poor figure in that, and neglected one that is within your powers. Fellow, you have come to blows at home with a slave. You have turned the household upside down and thrown the neighborhood into confusion. Do you come to me then with airs of assumed modesty? Do you sit down like a sage and criticize my explanation of the readings, and whatever idle babble you say has come into my head? Have you come full of envy and dejected because nothing is sent you from home, and while the discussion is going on, do you sit brooding on nothing but how your father or your brother are disposed towards you? What are they saying about me here? About me there? At this moment they imagine I am making progress and saying he will return perfectly omniscient. I wish I could become omniscient before I return, but that would be very troublesome. No one sends me anything. The baths at Nicopolis are dirty. Things are wretched at home and wretched here. Then they say nobody is any the better for the school. Who comes to the school with a sincere wish to learn, to submit his principles to a correction and himself to treatment? Who, to gain a sense of his wants? Why, then be surprised if you carry home from the school exactly what you bring into it. Epictetus, I have often come desiring to hear you speak, and you have never given me any answer. Now, if possible, I entreat you, say something to me. Is there, do you think, replied Epictetus, an artist speaking as of other things? If it is to be done skillfully and with profit to the hearer, yes. And are all profited by what they hear, or only some among them? So that it seems there is an art of hearing as well as of speaking. To make a statue needs skill, to view a statue aright needs skill also, admitted. And I think all will allow that one who proposes to hear philosophers speak needs a considerable training in hearing. Is that not so? Then tell me, on what subject are you able to hear me? Why on good and evil? The good and evil of what? A horse, an ox? No, of a man. Do we know then what man is? What his nature is? That is the idea we have of him. And are our ears practiced in any degree on the subject? Nay, do you understand what nature is? Can you follow me in any degree when I say that I shall have to use demonstration? Do you understand what demonstration is? What true or false is? Must I drive you to philosophy? Show me what good I am to do by discoursing with you. Rouse my desire to do so. The sight of the pasture it loves stirs in the sheep the desire to feed. Show the stone or a bit of bread and it remains unmoved. Thus we must also have certain natural desires, and one that moves us to speak when we find a listener that is worth his salt, one that himself stirs the spirit. But if he sits by like a stone or a tuft of grass, how can he rouse a man's desire? Then you will say nothing to me. I can only tell you this, that one who knows not who he is and to what end he was born, what kind of world this is, and with whom he is associated therein, one who cannot distinguish good and evil, beauty and foulness, truth and falsehood, will never follow reason in shaping his desires and impulses, and repulsions, nor yet in a sense denial, or suspension of judgment, but will in one word go about deaf and blind, thinking himself to be somewhat, and then he is in truth of no account. Is there anything new in all this? Is not this ignorance the cause of all the mistakes and mischances of men since the human race began? This is all I have to say to you, and even this against the grain. Why? Because you have not stirred my spirit, for what can I see in you to stir me? As a spirited horse will stir a judge of horses? Your body that you maltreat, your dress that is luxurious, your behavior, your look, nothing whatever. When you want to hear a philosopher, do not say you say nothing to me. Only show yourself worthy or fit to hear, and then you will see how you will move the speaker. But now, when you see brothers apparently good friends and living in accord, do not immediately pronounce anything upon their friendship, though they should affirm it with an oath, though they should declare for us to live apart is a thing impossible. For the heart of a bad man is faithless, unprincipled, inconstant. Now overpowered by one impression, now by another. Ask not the usual questions. Were they born of the same parents, reared together and under the same tutor? But ask this only, in what they place their real interest, whether in outward things or in the will. If in outward things, call them not friends, any more than faithful, constant, brave, or free. Call them not even human beings if you have any sense. But should you hear that these men hold the good to lie only in the will, only in rightly dealing with the things of sense, take no more trouble to inquire whether they are father and son or brothers or comrades of long standing, but sure of this one thing, pronounce as boldly that they are friends as that they are faithful and just. For where else can friendship be found than where modesty is, where there is an interchange of things fair and honest, and of such only? No man can rob us of our will, no man can lord it over that. When disease and death overtake me, I would fain be found engaged in the task of liberating mine own will from the assaults of passion, from hindrance, from resentment, from slavery. Thus would I fain be found employed, so that I may say to God, have I in aught transgressed thy commands? Have I in aught perverted the faculties, the senses, the natural principles that thou didst give me? Have I ever blamed thee or found fault with thine administration? When it was thy good pleasure, I fell sick, and so did other men, but my will consented. Because it was thy pleasure, I became poor, but my heart rejoiced. No power in the state was mine, because thou wouldst not such power I never desired. Hast thou ever seen me of more doleful countenance? On that account have I not ever drawn nigh unto thee with cherished, cheerful look, waiting upon thy commands, attentive to thy signals. Wilt thou that I now depart from the great assembly of men? I go, I give thee all things that thou hast deemed me worthy to take part with thee in this assembly, to behold thy works, to comprehend this thine administration. Such I would were the subject of my thoughts, my pen, my study, when death overtakes me. Seemeth it nothing to you, never to accuse, never to blame either good or man, to wherever the same countenance in going forth as in coming in? This was the secret of Socrates, yet he never said that he knew or taught anything. Who amongst you makes this his aim? Were it indeed so, he would gladly endure sickness, hunger, aye, death itself. How are we constituted by nature to be free, to be noble, to be modest? For what other living thing is capable of blushing or of feeling the impression of shame, and to subordinate pleasure to the ends for which nature designed us, as a handmaid and a minister, in order to call forth our activity, in order to keep us constant to the path prescribed by nature? The husband deals with land, physicians and trainers with the body, the wise man with his own mind. Which of us does not admire what Lycurgus the Spartan did? The young citizen had put out his eye and been handed over to him by the people to be punished at his own discretion. Lycurgus abstained from all vengeance, but on the contrary instructed him and made a good man of him. Producing him in the public, in the theatre, he said to the astonished Spartans, I received this young man at your hands for the violence and wanton insolence. I restore him to you in his right mind and fit to serve his country. A money changer may not reject Caesar's coin, nor may the settler averse, but must, when once the coin is shown, deliver what is sold for it, whether he will or no. So is it also with the soul. Once the good appears, it attracts towards itself, evil repels. But a clear and certain impression of the good the soul will never reject any more than men do Caesar's coin, and this aims every impulse alike of man and God. As to what common sense is, Epictetus replied, as that may be called a common ear which distinguishes only sounds, while that which distinguishes musical notes is not common, but produced by training. So there are certain things which men not entirely perverted see by the natural principle common to all. Such a constitution of the mind is called common sense. Canst thou judge men? Then make us imitators of thyself, as Socrates did. Do this, do not do that, else will I cast thee into prison. This is not governing men like reasonable creatures. Say rather, as God hath ordained, so do, else thou wilt suffer chastisement and loss. Askest thou what loss? None other than this, to have left undone what thou shouldst have done, to have lost the faithfulness, the reverence, the modesty that is in thee. Greater loss than this seek not to find. His son is dead. What has happened? His son is dead. Nothing more. Nothing. His ship is lost. What has happened? His ship is lost. He has been haled to prison. What has happened? He has been haled to prison. But that any of these things are misfortunes to him. He is in addition with every one makes of his own, but you say God is unjust in this way. Why? For having given thee endurance and greatness of soul, for having made such things to be no evils, for placing happiness within thy reach even when enduring them, for opening unto thee a door when things make not for thy good. Depart, my friend, and find no fault. You are sailing to Rome, and you tell me to obtain the post of governor of Gnosis. You are not content to stay at home with the honors you had before. You want something on a larger scale and more conspicuous. But when did you ever undertake a voyage for the purpose of reviewing your own principles and getting rid of any of them that proved unsound? Whom did you ever visit for that object? What time did you ever set yourself for that? What age run over the times of your life by yourself, if you are ashamed before me? Did you examine your principles when a boy? Did you not do everything just as you do now? When you were a stripling, attending the school of oratory and practicing the art yourself, what did you ever imagine you lacked? And when you were a young man, entered upon public life, and were pleading causes and making a name, who any longer seemed equal to you? And at what moment would you have endured another examining your principles and proving that they were unsound? What then am I to say to you, help me in this matter? You cry, ah! For that I have no rule, and neither did you, if that was your object, come to me as a philosopher, but as you might have gone to an herb saddler or a cobbler. What do philosophers have rules for then? Why, that whatever may betide, our ruling faculty may be as nature would have it, and so remain. Think you this a small matter? Not so, but the greatest thing there is. Well, does it need but a short time? Can it be grasped by a passer-by? Grasp it, if you can. Then you will say, yes, I met Epictetus. I, just as you might a statue or a monument, you saw me. That is all. But a man who meets a man is one who learns the other's mind and lets him see his in return. Then my mind, show me yours, and then go and say that you met me. Let us try each other. If I have any wrong principle, rid me of it. If you have, out with it. That is what meeting a philosopher means. Not so. You think this is only a flying visit. Well, we are hiring the ship. We can see Epictetus too. Let us see what he has to say, then on leaving you cry out on Epictetus for a worthless fellow, provincial and barbarous of speech. What else indeed did you come to judge of? Whether you will or not, you are poorer than I. What then do I lack? What you have not, constancy of mind, such as nature would have it be. Tranquility. Patron or no patron, what care I? But you do care. I am richer than you. I am not racked with anxiety as to what Caesar may think of me. Flatter none on that account. This is what I have instead of vessels of gold and silver. Your vessels may be of gold, but your reason, your principles, your accepted views, your inclinations, your desires are of earthenware. To you all you have seems small, to me all I have seems great. Your desire is insatiable, mine is satisfied. See children thrusting their hands into a narrow-necked jar and striving to pull out the nuts and figs it contains. They fill the land, they cannot pull it out again, and then they fall to tears, let go a few of them. And then you can draw out the rest, you too, let your desire go. Covet not many things, and you will obtain. Pittacus, wronged by one whom he had it in his power to punish, let him go free, saying, forgiveness is better than revenge. The one shows native gentleness, the other savagery. My brother ought not to have treated me thus, true, but he must see to that. However he may treat me, I must deal rightly by him. This is what lies with me, what none can hinder. Nevertheless, a man should also be prepared to be sufficient unto himself, to dwell with himself alone, even as God dwells with himself alone, shares his repose with none, and considers the nature of his own administration, intent upon such thoughts as are meet unto himself. So should we also be able to converse with ourselves, to need none else beside, to sigh for no distraction, to bend our thoughts upon the divine administration, and how we stand related to all us, to observe how human accidents touched us of old, and how they touch us now, what things they are that still have power to hurt us, and how they may be cured or removed to perfect what needs perfecting, as reason would direct. The man has frequent intercourse with others, either in the way of conversation, entertainment, or simple familiarity. He must either become like them or change them to his own fashion. A live coal placed next to a dead one will either kindle that or be quenched by it. Such being the risk, it is well to be cautious in admitting intimacies of this sort, remembering that one cannot rub shoulders with a soot-stained man without sharing the soot oneself. What will you do, supposing the talk turns on gladiators, or horses, or prize fighters, or what is worse, on persons, condemning this and that, approving the others? Or suppose a man sneers or jeers, or shows a malignant temper. Has any among us the skill of the lute player, who knows at the first touch which strings are out of tune and sets the instrument right? Has any of you such a power as Socrates had in all his intercourse with men, of winning them over to his own convictions? Nay, but you must needs be swayed hither and
thither by the uninstructed. How comes it then that they prove so much stronger than you? Because they speak from the fullness of the heart. Their low, corrupt views are their real convictions, whereas your fine sentiments are but from the lips outwards. That is why they are so nerveless and dead. It turns one's stomach to listen to your exaltations and hear of your miserable virtue, that you prate up and down. Thus it is that the vulgar prove too strong for you. Everywhere strength, everywhere victory waits your conviction. In general, any methods of discipline applied to the body which tend to modify its desires or repulsions are good for ascetic ends, but if done for display, they betray at once a man who keeps an eye on an outward show, who has an ulterior purpose and is looking for spectators to shout, "Oh, what a great man!" This is why Apollonius so well said, if you are bent upon a little private discipline, wait till you are choking with heat some day, and take a mouthful of cold water and spit it out again and tell no man. Study how to give as one that is sick, that thou mayest hereafter give as one that is whole. Fast, drink water, only abstain altogether from desire, that thou mayest hereafter conform the desire to reason. Thou wouldst do good unto men, then show them by thine own example what kind of men philosophy can make, and cease from foolish trifling. Eating, do good to them that eat with thee. Drinking, to them that drink with thee. Yield unto all, give way, and bear with them. Thus shalt thou do them good, but vent not upon them thine own evil humor. Even as bad actors cannot sing alone, but only in chorus, so some cannot walk alone. Man, if thou art aught, strive to walk alone, and hold converse with thyself, instead of skulking in the chorus. At length think, look around thee, bestir thyself, that thou mayest know thou art. You would fain be victor at the Olympic Games, you say. Yes, but weigh the conditions, weigh the consequences, then, and then only lay to your hand. If it be for your profit, you must live by rules, submit to diet, abstain from dainty meats, exercise your body perforce at stated hours. In heat or in cold, drink no cold water, nor it may be wine. In a word, you must surrender yourself wholly to your trainer, as though to a physician. Then in the hour of contest, you will have to delve the ground. It may chance dislocate an arm, sprain an ankle, go down abundance of yellow sand. Be scourged with the whip, and with all this sometimes lose the victory. Count the cost, and then, if your desire still holds, try the wrestler's life. Just let me tell you that you will be behaving like a pack of children, playing now at wrestlers, now at gladiators, presently falling to trumpeting and on to stage playing. And the fancy takes them for what they have seen. And you are even the same, wrestler, gladiator, philosopher, orator, all by turns, and none of them with your whole soul. Like an ape, you mimic what you see, to one thing constant, never. The thing that is familiar charms no more. This is because you never undertook aught with due consideration, nor after strictly testing and viewing it from every side. No, your choice was thoughtless. The glow of your desire had waxed cold. Friend, bethink you first what it is that you would do, and then what your own nature is able to bear. Would you be a wrestler? Consider your shoulders, your thighs, your loins. Not all men are formed to the same end. Think you to be a philosopher while acting as you do? Think you can go on thus eating, thus drinking, giving way in like manner to wrath and to displeasure? Nay, you must watch, you must labor, overcome certain desires. Quit your familiar friends, submit to be despised by your slave, to be held in derision by them that meet you, to take the lower place in all things, in office and positions of authority in courts of law. Weigh these things fully, and then, if you will, lay to your hand, if as the price of these things you would gain freedom, tranquility, and passionless serenity. He that hath no musical instruction is a child in music. He that hath no letters is a child in learning. He that is untaught is a child in life. Can any profit be derived from these men? Aye, from all. What, even from a reveler? Why, tell me what profit a wrestler gains from him who exercises him beforehand. The very greatest he trains me in the practice of endurance, of controlling my temper, gentle ways, you deny it. What, the man who lays hold of my neck and disciplines loins and shoulders does me good, while he that trains me to keep my temper does me none? This is what it means, that knowing how to gain advantage from men is my neighbor bad. Bad to himself, but good to me. He brings my good temper, my gentleness into play. Is my father bad? Bad to himself, but good to me. This is the rod of Hermes. Touch what you will with it, they say, and it becomes gold. Nay, but bring what you will, and I will transmute it into good. Bring sickness, bring death, bring poverty, and reproach, bring trial for life. All these things through the rod of Hermes shall be turned to profit. Till then, these sound opinions have taken firm root in you, and you have gained a measure of strength for your security. I counsel you to be cautious in associating with the uninstructed, else whatever impressions you receive upon the tablets of your mind in the school will day by day melt and disappear. Waxen sun, withdraw then somewhere far from the sun while you have these waxen sentiments. We must approach this matter in a different way. It is great and mystical. It is no common thing, nor given to every man. Wisdom alone, it may be, will not suffice for the care of youth. Man needs also a certain measure of readiness and aptitude for the office, aye, and certain bodily qualities. And above all, to be counseled of God himself to undertake this post, even as he counseled Socrates to fill the post of one who confutes error, signing to Diogenes the royal office of high reproof, and to Zeno that of positive instruction. Whereas you would fain set up for a physician provided with nothing but drugs, where and how they should be applied you neither know nor care. If what charms you is nothing but abstract principles, sit down and turn them over quietly in your mind, but never dub yourself a philosopher, nor suffer others to call you so. Rather say, he is in error, for my desires, my impulses are unaltered. I give in my adhesion to what I did before, nor has my mode of dealing with the things of sense undergone any change. My friend inclined to cynic views asked Epictetus, what sort of person a true cynic should be, requesting a general sketch of the system. He answered, we will consider that at leisure. At present I content myself with saying this much. If a man put his hands to so weighty a matter without God, the wrath of God abides upon him. That which he covets, but bring upon him public shame, and even on finding himself in a well-ordered house, does a man step forward and say to himself, I must be master here? Else the lord of that house takes notice of it, and seeing him insolently giving orders, drags him forth and chastises him. So it is also in this great city, the world. Here also is there a lord of the house who orders all things. Thou art the sun. In thine orbit thou hast power to make the year and the seasons, to bid the fruits and the earth grow and increase, the winds arise and fall. Thou canst in due measure cherish with thy warmth the frames of men. Go make thy circuit, and thus minister unto all, from the greatest to the least. Thou canst lead a host against Troy, be Agamemnon. Thou canst meet Hector in single combat, be Achilles. But had Thersites stepped forward and claimed the chief command, he had been met with a refusal, or obtained it only to his own shame and confusion of face before a cloud of witnesses. Others may fence themselves with walls and houses. When they do such deeds as these and wrap themselves in darkness, they have many a device to hide themselves. Another may shut his door and station one before his chamber to say, if any comes, he has gone forth, he is not at leisure. But the true cynic will have none of these things. Instead of them, he must wrap himself up in modesty, as he will bring about himself to shame, and naked under the open sky. That is his house, that is his door, that is the slave that guards his chamber, that is his darkness. Death? Let it come when it will, but whether it smite but a part or the whole, fly, you tell me fly. But whither shall I fly? Can any man cast me beyond the limits of the world? It may not be, and whithersoever I go, there shall I still find sun, moon, and stars. There shall I find dreams and omens, and converse with the gods.
Mm-hmm.